ordinary parlance. That word, of course, is impeachment. It's filled our news channels, Twitter feeds, and dinner conversations. It's led to a wide-ranging debate on everything from the constitutional doctrines of separation of powers to due process of law, two concepts which are the most fundamental building blocks of who we are as a nation. And it's even prompted those who typically have no interest in politics to tune in to C-SPAN or their favorite cable news channel. The impeachment of a president of the United States is simply the gravest undertaking we can pursue in this country. It is the nuclear option in our Constitution. It's a choice of last resort when a president has committed a crime so serious that Congress must act rather than leave the choice to the voters in the election. The framers of the Constitution granted this awesome power to the United States Congress and placed their confidence in the Senate to use it only when absolutely necessary, when there is no other choice. This is a rare, historic moment for the members of this chamber, faced by the Senate only on two previous occasions during our Constitution's 232-year history, only 2 times previously. We should be extraordinarily vigilant to make sure that the impeachment power does not become a regular feature of our differences, and in the process, cheapen the vote of the American people. Soon, members of the Senate will determine whether, for the first time in our history, a president will be removed from office, and then decide whether he will be barred from the ballot in 2020. The question all senators have to answer is, did the president commit, in the words of the Constitution, a high crime and misdemeanor that warrants his removal from office, or should he be acquitted of the charges made by the House? I've done my best to listen intently to both sides as they presented their cases during the trial, and I'm confident in saying that President Trump should be acquitted and not removed from office. First, the Constitution gives the Congress the power to impeach and remove a president from office only for treason, bribery, and other high crimes and misdemeanors. But the 2 articles of impeachment passed by the House of Representatives failed to meet that standard. The first charge, as we know, is abuse of power. House Democrats allege that the president withheld military aid from Ukraine in exchange for investigations of Joe and Hunter Biden. But they failed to bring forward compelling and unassailable evidence of any crime. Again, the Constitution talks about treason, bribery, or other high crimes and misdemeanors, clearly a criminal standard, and thus failed to meet their burden of proof. And certainly, the House managers did not meet the high burden required to remove the president from office, effectively nullifying the will of tens of millions of Americans just months before the next election. What's more, the House's vague charge in the first article is equivalent to acts considered and rejected by the framers of our Constitution. That brings us to the second article we're considering, obstruction of Congress. During the House inquiry, Democrats were upset because some of the president's closest advisors and their most sought-after witnesses did not testify. To be clear, some of the executive branch witnesses were among the 13 witnesses whose testimony we did hear during the Senate trial. But for those witnesses for whom it was clear the administration would claim a privilege, almost certainly leading to a long court battle, the House declined to issue the subpoenas and certainly did not seek judicial enforcement. Rather than addressing the privilege claims in court, as happened in the Nixon and Clinton impeachments, the Democrat managers moved to impeach President Trump for obstruction of Congress for protecting the presidency itself from a partisan abuse of power by the House. Removing the president from office for asserting long-recognized and constitutionally grounded privileges that have been invoked by both Republicans and Democrat presidents would set a very dangerous precedent and would do violence to the Constitution's separation of powers design. In effect, it would make the presidency itself subservient to Congress. The father of our Constitution, James Madison, warned against allowing the impeachment power to create a presidential tenure at the pleasure of the Senate. Even more concerning, at every turn throughout this process, the House Democrats violated President Trump's right to due process of law. All American law is built on a constitutional foundation securing basic rights and rules of fairness for a citizen accused of wrongdoing. It's undisputed that the House excluded from the president's legal team from both the closed-door testimony and almost the entirety of the House's 78-day inquiry. They channeled personal, policy, and political grievances and attempted to use the most solemn responsibility of Congress to bring down a political rival in a partisan process. It's no secret that Democrats' crusade to remove the president began more than 3 years ago on the very day that he was inaugurated. On January the 20th, 2017, the Washington Post ran a story with the headline, "The campaign to impeach President Trump has begun." At first, Speaker Pelosi wisely resisted. Less than a year ago, she said, quote, "Impeachment is so divisive to the country that unless there is something so compelling and overwhelming and bipartisan, I don't think we should go down that path because it divides the country." And she was right. But when she couldn't hold back the stampede of her caucus, she did a 180-degree about-face. She encouraged Senate Democrats to rush through an impeachment inquiry before an arbitrary Christmas deadline. And in the end, the articles passed with support from only a single party, not bipartisan. The bipartisanship that the Speaker claimed was necessary was actually opposed to the impeachment of the president. That is, Democrats and Republicans voted in opposition to the articles of impeachment. Only Democrats voted for the articles of impeachment in the House. Once the articles finally made it to the Senate after a confusing 28-day delay, Speaker Pelosi tried to use, Senator Schumer, the Democratic leader here, tried to use Speaker Pelosi's playbook. He staged a number of political votes every member of the Senate knew would fail, just so he could secure some perceived political advantage against Republican senators in the 2020 election. What should be a solemn constitutional undertaking became partisan guerrilla warfare to take down President Trump and make Senator Schumer the next majority leader of the United States Senate. All of this was done on the eve of an election and just days shy of the first primary in Iowa. Well, to say the timing was a coincidence would be laughable. This partisan impeachment process could not only remove the president from office, it would also potentially prevent his name from appearing on the ballot in November. Madam President, we are only 9 months away from an election, 9 months away from the American people voting on the direction of our country. But our Democratic colleagues don't trust the American people, so they've taken matters into their own hands. This politically motivated impeachment sets a dangerous precedent. This is a very important point. This is not just about President Trump. This is about the office of the presidency and what precedent a conviction and removal would set for our Constitution and for our future. If successful, this would give a green light to future Congresses to weaponize impeachment to defeat a political opponent for any action, even a failure to kowtow to Congress's wishes. Impeachment is a profoundly serious matter that must be handled as such. It cannot become the Hail Mary pass of a party to remove a president, effectively nullifying an election and interfering in the next. I think we should all believe that the results of the next election should be decided by the American people, not by Congress. The decision to remove a president from office requires undeniable evidence of a high crime. That's the language chosen by the framers of our Constitution. But despite our colleagues' best attempts, the facts they presented simply don't add up to that standard. House managers failed to meet their heavy burden of proof that President Trump, beyond a reasonable doubt, committed a crime, let alone a high crime. Therefore, Madam President, I will not vote to convict the president. I hope our Democratic colleagues will finally accept the result of this trial, just as they have not accepted the result of the 2016 election. And I hope they won't take the advice of Congresswoman Waters, Maxine Waters in the House, and open a second impeachment inquiry. It's time for our country to come together, to heal the wounds that divide us, and to get the people's work done. It's no doubt, as Speaker Pelosi observed in March of 2019, that impeachment is a source of division in our country. And it's always also a period of great sadness. If this partisan impeachment were to succeed, my greatest fear is that it would become a routine process for every president who serves with the House majority of the opposite party, and we would find ourselves in a reoccurring impeachment nightmare every time we elect a new president. Our country is deeply divided and damaged by this partisan impeachment process. It's time for us to bring it to a close and to let the wounds from this unnecessary and misguided episode heal. Madam President, I yield the floor, and I would note the absence of a quorum.
The clerk will call the roll.
Mr. Alexander. Madam President.
The senator from Missouri is recognized.
Madam President, I ask unanimous consent that further proceedings on the quorum call be dispensed with.
Without objection.
Madam President, I come here today with the business of impeachment before this chamber, and it should hardly be necessary at this late juncture to outline again the train of abuses and distortions and outright lies that have brought us to today's impeachment vote. The secret meetings in the Capitol basement, the closed hearings without due process or basic fairness, the failure of the House to follow their own rules and authorize an impeachment inquiry, and then the bipartisan vote against impeachment, the attempt to manipulate or even prevent a trial here in the United States Senate, holding the articles of impeachment for 33 days in brazen defiance of the Constitution's mandates. The House Democrats have given us the first purely partisan impeachment in our history, and the first attempt to remove an elected president that does not even allege unlawful conduct. And animating it all has been the bitter resentment of a professional political class that cannot accept the verdict of the people in 2016, that cannot accept the people's priorities, and that now seeks to overturn the election and entrench themselves in power. That's how we arrived at this moment. That's how we got here, and that's what this is really about. And now, Madam President, it is time to bring this fiasco to a close. It is time to end the cycle of retribution and payback and bitterness. It is time to end the abuse of our institutions. And it is time to let the verdict of the people stand. And so I will vote today to acquit the president of these charges. You know, it's been clear for a long time that impeachment is not a priority of the people. It's not even close. It is a pipe dream of politicians. And as the Democrats have forced it on this country over these many months, it has sapped our energy and diverted our attention from the real issues that press upon our country, the issues the people of this nation have tried to get this town to care about for years. I mean the crisis of surging suicides and drug addiction that is driving life expectancy down in my state and across this nation. I mean the crisis at the border where those drugs are pouring across. I mean the crisis of skyrocketing healthcare costs, which burden families, young and old, with bills they cannot pay. I mean the crisis of affordable housing, which robs parents of a safe place to raise their children and build a life. I mean the crisis of trafficking and exploitation, which robs our young girls and boys of a future and our society of their innocence. I mean the crisis of the family farm and the crisis of education costs for those who go to college and the lack of good-paying jobs for those who don't. The crisis of connectivity in our heartland, where too many school children can't access the internet even to do their homework at night. I mean the crisis of unfair trade and lost jobs and broken homes, and I could go on. My point, Madam President, is this. When I listen to the people of my state, I don't hear about impeachment. No, I hear about the problems of home and neighborhood, of family and community, about the loss of faith in our government, and about the struggle to find hope for the future. And this town owes it to these Americans, the ones who sent us here, finally to listen, finally to act, finally to do something that really matters to them. We must leave this impeachment circus behind us and ensure that our Constitution is never again abused in this way. It is time to turn the page. It is time to turn to a new politics of the people, to a politics of home. It is time to turn to the future. A future where this town finally accepts the people's judgment and the people's verdict, where this town finally delivers for the people who elected him. A future where the middle of our society gets a fair shake and a level playing field. A future where maybe the this town will finally listen. When I think of all the energy and all the effort that has been expended on this impeachment crusade over almost 3 years now, I wonder what might have been. Today is a sad day, Madam President, but it does not have to remain that way. Imagine what we might achieve for the good of this nation if we turn our energy and our effort to the work of the American people. Imagine what we could do to keep families in their homes, to bring new possibility to the nation's heartland, to care for our children in every part of this society. Imagine what we could do to lift up the most vulnerable among us who have been exploited and trafficked and give them new hope and new life. Imagine what we can do for those who have been forgotten, from our rural towns to our inner cities. Imagine what we could do to give them control over their own destinies. Mr. President, we can find the common good. We can push the boundaries of the possible. We can rebuild this nation if we will listen to the American people. So let us begin. Thank you, Madam President. I yield the floor.
Madam President.
The senator from Tennessee is recognized.
Thank you, Madam President. Madam President, in this impeachment proceeding, I worked with other senators to make sure that we had the right to ask for more documents and witnesses, but there was no need for more evidence to prove something that I believed had already been proven and that did not meet the United States Constitution's high bar for an impeachable offense. There was no need for more evidence to prove that the president asked Ukraine to investigate Joe Biden and his son Hunter. He said this on television on October 3rd, 2019, and he said it during his July 25th, 2019 telephone call with the president of Ukraine. There was no need for more evidence to conclude that the president withheld United States aid, at least in part, to pressure Ukraine to investigate the Bidens. The House managers had proved this with what they called a, quote, mountain of overwhelming evidence. One of the managers said it was proved beyond the shadow of a doubt. There was no need to consider further the frivolous second article of impeachment that would remove from the president and future presidents, remove from this president for asserting his constitutional prerogative to protect confidential conversations with his close advisors. It was inappropriate for the president to ask a foreign leader to investigate his political opponent and to withhold United States aid to encourage this investigation. When elected officials inappropriately interfere with such investigations, it undermines the principle of equal justice under the law. But, Madam President, the Constitution does not give the Senate the power to remove the president from office and ban him from this year's ballot simply for actions that are inappropriate. The question then is not whether the president did it, but whether the United States Senate or the American people should decide what to do about what he did. I believe that the Constitution clearly provides that the people should make that decision in the presidential election that began on Monday in Iowa. The Senate has spent 11 long days considering this mountain of evidence. The arguments of the House managers, the president's lawyers, their answers to senators' questions, and the House record. Even if the House charges were true, they don't meet the Constitution's, quote, treason, bribery, or other high crimes and misdemeanors, unquote, standard for impeachable offense. The framers believe that there never, ever should be a partisan impeachment. That is why the Constitution requires a 2/3 vote of the Senate to convict. Not one House Republican voted for these articles. If this shallow, hurried, and wholly partisan impeachment were to succeed, it would rip the country apart, pouring gasoline on the fire of cultural divisions that already exists. It would create a weapon of perpetual impeachment to be used against future presidents whenever the House of Representatives is of a different political party. Our founding documents provide for duly elected presidents who serve, quote, with the consent of the governed, unquote, not at the pleasure of the United States Congress. Let the people decide. A year ago, at the Southeastern Conference basketball tournament, a friend of 40 years sitting in front of me turned to me and said, "I'm very unhappy with you for voting against the president." She was referring to my vote against the president's decision to spend money that Congress hadn't appropriated to build the border wall. I believe then and now that the United States Constitution gives to the Congress the exclusive power to appropriate money. This separation of powers creates checks and balances in our government that preserves our individual liberty by not allowing, in that case, the executive to have too much power. I replied to my friend, look, I was not voting for or against the president. I was voting for the United States Constitution. Well, she wasn't convinced. Now, this past Sunday, walking my dog Rufus in Nashville, I was confronted by a neighbor who said she was angry and crushed by my vote against allowing more witnesses in the impeachment trial. The Senate should remove the president for extortion, she said. I replied to her, I was not voting for or against the president. I was voting for the United States Constitution, which in my view does not give the Senate the power to remove a president from his office and from this year's election ballot simply for actions that are inappropriate. The United States Constitution says a president may be convicted only for treason, bribery, and other high crimes and misdemeanors. President Trump's actions regarding Ukraine are a far cry from that. Plus, I said, unlike the Nixon impeachment, when almost all Republicans voted to initiate an impeachment inquiry, not one single Republican voted to initiate this impeachment inquiry against President Trump. The Trump impeachment, I said to her, was a completely partisan action, and the framers of the United States Constitution, especially James Madison, believe we should never, ever have a partisan impeachment. That would undermine the separation of powers by allowing the House of Representatives to immobilize the executive branch as well as the Senate by a perpetual partisan series of impeachments. Well, she was not convinced. When our country was created, there never had been anything quite like it. A democratic republic with a written constitution. Perhaps its greatest innovation was the separation of powers among the presidency, the Supreme Court, and the Congress. The late Justice Scalia said of this checks and balances, quote, every tin-horn dictator in the world today, every president for life, has a Bill of Rights. What has made us free is our Constitution. What he meant was, what makes the United States different and protects our individual liberty is the separation of powers and the checks and balances in our Constitution. The goal of our founders was not to have a king as chief executive on the one hand, or not to have a British-style parliament on the other, which could remove our chief executive or prime minister with a majority or no confidence vote. The principal reason our Constitution created a United States Senate is so that one body of Congress can pause and resist the excesses of the executive or popular passions that can run through the House of Representatives like a freight train. The language of the Constitution, of course, is subject to interpretation, but on some things its words are clear. The president cannot spend money that Congress doesn't appropriate, that's clear, and the Senate can't remove a president for anything less than treason, bribery, high crimes, and misdemeanors, and 2/3 of us, the senators, must agree on that. That requires a bipartisan consensus. We senators take an oath to base our decisions on the provisions of our Constitution, which is what I have endeavored to do during this impeachment proceeding. Now, Madam President, I ask consent to include a few documents in the record following my remarks. They include an editorial February 3rd from the Wall Street Journal, an editorial from the National Review, also dated February 3rd, an opinion editorial by Robert Doar, president of the American Enterprise Institute, on February 1st, an article from the Knoxville News Sentinel yesterday, and a transcript from my appearance on Meet the Press on Sunday, February 2nd, 2020. These documents illuminate and further explain my statement today. Thank you, Madam President.
Without objection. The senator from Nebraska is recognized.
We are not in a quorum call.
That's correct.
I ask unanimous consent to introduce into the Senate record and into the impeachment trial record an op-ed that I wrote in the Omaha World-Herald this morning.
Without objection.
Thank you.
Mr. President.
Senator from California.
Thank you. Mr. President, when the framers wrote the Constitution, they didn't think someone like me would serve as a United States Senator. But they did envision someone like Donald Trump being President of the United States, someone who thinks he is above the law and that rules don't apply to him. So they made sure our democracy had the tool of impeachment to stop that kind of abuse of power. The House managers have clearly laid out a compelling case and evidence of Donald Trump's misconduct. They have shown that the President of the United States of America withheld military aid and a coveted White House meeting for his political gain. He wanted a foreign country to announce, not actually conduct, announce an investigation into his political rivals. And then he refused to comply with congressional investigations into his misconduct. And unfortunately, a majority of United States senators, even those who concede that what Donald Trump did was wrong, are nonetheless going to refuse to hold him accountable. The Senate trial of Donald Trump has been a miscarriage of justice. Donald Trump is going to get away with abusing his position of power for personal gain, abusing his position of power to stop Congress from looking into his misconduct, and falsely claiming he's been exonerated. He's going to escape accountability because a majority of senators have decided to let him. They voted repeatedly to block key evidence like witnesses and documents that could have shed light on the full truth. And we must recognize that still in America, there are two systems of justice, one for the powerful and another for everyone else. So let's speak the truth about what our two systems of justice actually mean in the real world. It means that in our country, too many people walk into courthouses and face systemic bias. Too often, they lack adequate legal representation, whether they are overworked, underpaid, or both. It means that a young man named Emmett Till was falsely accused and then murdered, but his murderer didn't have to spend a day in jail. It means that 4 young black men had their lives taken and turned upside down after being falsely accused of a crime in Groveland, Florida. It means that right now, too many people in America are sitting in jail without having yet been convicted of a crime, but simply because they cannot afford bail. And it means that future presidents of the United States will remember that the United States Senate failed to hold Donald Trump accountable, and they will be emboldened to abuse their power, knowing there will be no consequence. Donald Trump knows all this better than anybody. He may not acknowledge that we have two systems of justice, but he knows the institutions in this country, be it courts or the Senate, are set up to protect powerful people like him. He told us as much when regarding the sexual assault of women. He said, quote, "When you're a star, they let you do it. You can do anything." He said that Article 2 of the United States Constitution gives him as president the right to do whatever he wants. Trump has shown us through his words and actions that he thinks he is above the law. And when the American people see the president acting as though he is above the law, it understandably leaves them feeling untrustful of our system of justice, distrustful of our democracy. When the United States Senate refuses to hold him accountable, it reinforces that loss of trust in our system. Now, I'm under no illusion that this body is poised to hold this president accountable. But despite the conduct of the United States Senate in this impeachment trial, the American people must continue to strive toward the more perfect union that our Constitution promises. And it's going to take all of us in every state, every town, everywhere, to continue fighting for the best of who we are as a country. We each have an important role to play in fighting for those words inscribed on that United States Supreme Court, equal justice under law. Frederick Douglass, who, like many, I consider to be one of the founders of our nation, wrote that, quote, "The whole history of the progress of human liberty, that all concessions yet made to her august claims have been born of earnest struggle." The impeachment of Donald Trump has been one of those earnest struggles for liberty. In this fight, like so many before it, it has been a fight against tyranny. This struggle has not been an easy one, and it has left too many people across our nation feeling cynical. For too many people, this trial confirms something they've always known, that the real power in this country lies not with them, but with just a few people who advance their own interests at the expense of others' needs. For many, the injustice in this trial is yet another example of the way that our system of justice has worked, or more accurately, failed to work. But here's the thing. Frederick Douglass also told us that, quote, "If there is no struggle, there is no progress." He went on to say, "Power concedes nothing without a demand." And he said, "It never did, and it never will." In order to wrestle power away from the few people at the very top who abuse their power, the American people are going to have to fight for the voice of the people and the power of the people. We must go into the darkness to shine a light, and we cannot be deterred, and we cannot be overwhelmed, and we cannot ever give up on our country. We cannot ever give up on the ideals that are the foundation for our system of democracy. We can never give up on the meaning of true justice. And it is part of our history, our past, clearly our present, and our future, that in order to make these values real, in order to make the promise of our country real, we can never take it for granted. There will be moments in time and history where we experience incredible disappointment, but the greatest disappointment of all will be if we give up. We cannot ever give up fighting for who we know we are. And we must always see who we can be, unburdened by who we have been. That is the strength of our nation. So after the Senate votes today, Donald Trump will want the American people to feel cynical. He will want us not to care. He will want us to think that he is all-powerful and we have no power. But we're not going to let him get away with that. We're not going to give him what he wants, because the true power and potential of the United States of America resides not with the president, but with the people, all the people. So in our long struggle for justice, I will do my part by voting to convict this lawless president and remove him from office. And I urge my colleagues to join me on the right side of history. I yield the floor.
Mr. President.
Senator from New Hampshire.
Mr. President, considering whether to convict a President of the United States on articles of impeachment is a solemn and consequential duty, and I do not take it lightly. Even before we had a country, our founders put forward the notion of country first, pledging in the Declaration of Independence their lives, fortunes, and sacred honor, a pledge they made to an idea, imagining and hoping for a country where no one was above the law, where no one had absolute power. My dad, a World War II veteran, and my mom raised me to understand that this is what made our country the unique and indispensable democracy that it is. My obligation throughout this process has been to listen carefully to the case that the House managers put forward and the defenses asserted by the President's lawyers, and then to carefully consider the constitutional basis for impeachment, the intent of our founders, and the facts. That's what I have done over the past few days. The Senate heard extensive presentations from both sides and answers to the almost 200 questions that senators posed to the House managers and the President's advocates. The facts clearly show that President Trump abused the public's sacred trust by using taxpayer dollars to extort a foreign government into providing misinformation about a feared political opponent. Let me repeat that. The President of the United States used taxpayer money that had been authorized, obligated, and cleared for delivery as critical military aid to Ukraine to try to force that country to interfere in our elections. He violated the law and the public trust, and he put our national security and the lives of Ukrainian soldiers on the front lines of Russian aggression at risk. Although the country was alerted to the possibility that the President had crossed a critical line because of revelations about his now infamous July 25th phone call, it is not the phone call alone that led to the President's impeachment. Instead, the phone call was a pivotal point in a scheme that had started earlier, spearheaded by President Trump's personal lawyer, Rudy Giuliani. Mr. Giuliani has acknowledged that he was doing the President's personal and political bidding when he engaged with the Ukrainian government. And as the newly elected anti-corruption Ukrainian government came into power, in need of recognition and support from the United States, President Trump forced officials from Ukraine and the United States to negotiate through Mr. Giuliani, conflating his personal and political interests with the national security and diplomatic interests of our country. And then, as President Zelensky resisted the request that he concoct and announce a fake investigation into the Bidens, the President and Mr. Giuliani increased the pressure. Suddenly and without explanation or a legally required notification to Congress, the President ordered that previously approved and critically needed military aid to Ukraine be held up. Mr. Trump, at first through Mr. Giuliani, and then directly solicited interference with an American election from a foreign government. And he ordered others in his administration to work with Mr. Giuliani to ensure this scheme's success. Mr. President, while there is still more evidence that the Senate should have subpoenaed, both witnesses and documents, that would have given us a more complete understanding of what happened, we know as much as we do because of the courage and strength of American patriots who put country before self. Patriots like the intelligence community whistleblower, who was followed by Army Lieutenant Colonel Alexander Vindman, and former U.S. ambassadors to Ukraine, Marie Yovanovitch and William Taylor, as well as current members of the administration. These Americans who came forward were doing exactly what we always ask of citizens. If you see something wrong, you need to speak up. See something, say something. It is a fundamental part of citizenship to alert each other to danger, to act for the greater good, to care about each other and our country without regard to political party. When Americans step forward, sometimes at real risk to themselves, they rightly expect that their government will take the information they provide and act to make them safer, to protect their fundamental rights, That's the understanding between the American people and their representative government. And while the brave women and men who appeared before the House did their jobs, the Senate under this majority has unfortunately not. Rather than gathering full, relevant testimony under oath and with the benefit of cross-examination, the Senate majority has apparently decided that despite what it has heard, it is not interested in learning more. Not interested in learning more about how a president, his personal agent, and members of his administration corrupted our foreign policy and put our nation's security at risk. Not interested in learning more about how they plan to use the power of his office to tilt the scales of the next election to ensure that he stays in power. Not interested in learning more about how they worked to cover it up. Increasingly, over the last few days, the president's defense team and more of my colleagues here in the Senate have acknowledged the facts of the president's scheme. Their argument has shifted from he didn't do it to he had a right to he won't do it again, or even it doesn't really matter. I disagree so strongly. The idea that in our country, established by the very rejection of a monarchy, the president has absolute power is absurd, as is the idea that this president, whose conduct is ultimately the cause of this entire process, will suddenly stop. President Trump continues to invite foreign powers to interfere with our elections, maintaining to this day that it was, quote, a perfect call. Mr. President, our founders knew that all people, all leaders, are fallible human beings. And they knew that our system of checks and balances could survive some level of human frailty, even in as important an office as the presidency. The one thing that they feared it could not survive was a president who would put self-interest before the interests of the American people, or who didn't understand the difference between the two. As citizen-in-chief and one wielding enormous power, presidents must put country first. So our founders knew that we needed a mechanism to hold presidents accountable for behavior that violated that basic understanding and that would threaten our democracy. And they provided a mechanism for removal outside of the election process because of the immense damage a president could do in the time between elections. Damage in the case of this president's continuing behavior to our national security and election integrity. Our founders believed that they were establishing a country that would be unique in the history of humankind, a country that would be indispensable, built on the rule of law, not the whims of a ruler. Generation after generation of Americans have fought for that vision because of what it has meant to our individual and collective success and to the progress of humankind worldwide. That's the America that I have sworn an oath to protect. I will vote in favor of both articles of impeachment because the president's conduct requires it, Congress's responsibility as a co-equal branch of government requires it, and the very foundation and security of our American idea requires it. Thank you, Mr. President, and I yield the floor.
President.
Senator from Alabama.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, on the day I was sworn in as a United States Senator, I took an oath to protect and defend the Constitution. Just last month, at the beginning of the impeachment trial, I took a second oath to do fair and impartial justice, according to the same Constitution I swore to protect. As I took the oath and throughout the impeachment trial, I couldn't help but think of my father. As many of you know, I lost my dad over the holiday recess. While so many were arguing over whether or not the Speaker of the House should send articles of impeachment to the Senate, I was struggling with watching him slip away, while only occasionally trying to weigh in with my voice to be heard about the need for witnesses in the upcoming impeachment trial. My dad was a great man, a loving husband, father, grandfather, and great-grandfather who did his best to instill in me the values of right and wrong as I grew up in Fairfield, Alabama. He was also a fierce patriot who loved this country. Although fortunately he was never called on to do so, I firmly believe he would have placed his country even above his family because he knew and understood fully what America and the freedoms and liberties that come with her mean to everyone in this great country and significantly to people around the world. I know he would have put his country before any allegiance to any political party or even to any president. He was on the younger side of that greatest generation who joined the Navy at age 17 to serve our great military. That service and love of country shaped him into the man of principle that he was, instilling in me those same principles. And think of him, his patriotism, his principles, and how he raised me. I am reminded of Robert Kennedy's words that were mentioned in this trial. Few men are willing to brave the disapproval of their fellows, the censure of their colleagues, the wrath of their society. Moral courage is a rarer commodity than bravery in battle or great intelligence. Yet it is the one essential, vital quality for those who seek to change a world that yields most painfully to change. Candidly, to my colleagues on both sides of the aisle, I fear that moral courage, country before party, is a rare commodity these days. We can write about it and talk about it in speeches and in the media, but it is harder to put into action when political careers may be on the line. Nowhere is the dilemma more difficult than in an impeachment of the President of the United States. Very early on in this process, I implored my colleagues on both sides of the aisle in both houses of Congress to stay out of their political and partisan corners. Many did, but so many did not. Even the media continually view this entire process through partisan political eyes and how it may or may not affect an election. That is unfortunate. The country deserves better, and we must find a way to move beyond such partisan divides. The solemn oaths that I have taken have been my guides during what has been a difficult time for the country, my state, and for me personally. I did not run for the Senate hoping to participate in the impeachment trial of a duly elected president, but I cannot and will not shrink from my duty to defend the Constitution and to do impartial justice. In keeping with my oath as senator and my oath to do impartial justice, I resolved that throughout this process I would keep an open mind, to consider the evidence without regard to political affiliation, and to hear all of the evidence before making a final decision on either charge against the president. I believe that my votes later today will reflect that commitment. With the eyes of history upon us, I'm acutely aware of the precedents that this impeachment trial will set for future presidencies and Congresses. Unfortunately, I do not believe that those precedents are good ones. I am particularly concerned that we have now set a precedent that the Senate does not have to go forward with witnesses or review documents, even when those witnesses have firsthand information. And the documents would allow us to test not just the credibility of witnesses, but also test the words of counsel of both parties. It is my firm belief that the American people deserve more. In short, witnesses and documents would provide the Senate and the American people with a more complete picture of the truth. And I believe the American people deserve nothing less. That's not to say, however, that there is not sufficient evidence in which to render a judgment. There is. As a trial lawyer, I once explained this process to a jury as like putting together the pieces of a puzzle. When you open the box and spread all the pieces on the table, it's just an incoherent jumble. But one by one, you hold those pieces up, and you hold them next to each other and see what fits and what doesn't. And even if, as was often the case in my house growing up, you're missing a few pieces, even important ones, you more often than not see the picture. As I've said many times, I believe the American people deserve to see a completed puzzle, a picture with all of the pieces, pieces in the form of documents and witnesses with relevant firsthand information, which would have provided valuable context, corroboration, or contradiction to that which we have heard. But even with missing pieces, our common sense and life's experiences allow us to see the picture as it comes into full view. Throughout the trial, one piece of evidence continued to stand out for me. It was the president's statement that under the Constitution, we have Article 2 and I can do anything I want. That seems to capture this president's belief about the presidency, that he has unbridled power, unchecked by Congress or the judiciary or anyone else. That view, dangerous as it is, explains the president's actions toward Ukraine and Congress. The sum of what we've seen and heard is, unfortunately, a picture of a president who has abused the great power of his office for personal gain. A picture of a president who has placed his personal interest well above the interest of the nation, and in so doing, threatened our national security, the security of our European allies, and the security of Ukraine. The evidence clearly proves that the president used the weight of his office and the weight of the United States government to seek to coerce a foreign government to interfere in our election for his personal political benefit. His actions were more than simply inappropriate. They were an abuse of power. When I was a lawyer for the Alabama Judicial Inquiry Commission, there was a saying that the chairman of the Inquiry Commission and one of Alabama's great judges used to say, Randall Cole. Judge Cole used to say about judges who strayed from the canons of ethics that the judge left his post. Sadly, President Trump left his post with regard to the withholding of military aid to Ukraine and a White House visit for the new Ukrainian president. And in so doing, he took the great powers of the office of the President of the United States with him. Impeachment is the only check on such presidential wrongdoing. The second article of impeachment, obstruction of Congress, gave me more pause. I've struggled to understand the House's strategy and their failure to fully pursue documents and witnesses and wished that they had done more. However, after careful consideration of the evidence developed in the hearings, the public disclosures, the legal precedents in the trial, I believe that the president deliberately and unconstitutionally obstructed Congress by refusing to cooperate with the investigation in any way. While I am sensitive to protecting the privileges and immunities afforded to the president and his advisors, I believe it's critical to our constitutional structure that we also protect the authorities of the Congress of the United States. Here, it was clear from the outset that the president had no intention whatsoever of accommodating Congress when he blocked both witnesses and documents from being produced. In addition, he engaged in a course of conduct to threaten potential witnesses and smear the reputations of the civil servants who did come forward and provide testimony. The president's actions demonstrate a belief that he is above the law, that Congress has no power whatsoever in questioning or examining his actions, and that all who do so at their peril. That belief, unprecedented in history of this country, simply must not be permitted to stand. To do otherwise risks guaranteeing that no future whistleblower or witness will ever come forward, and no future president, Republican or Democrat, will be subject to congressional oversight as mandated by the Constitution, even when the president has so clearly abused his office and violated the public trust. Accordingly, I will vote to convict the president on both articles of impeachment. In doing so, I am mindful that in a democracy there is nothing more sacred than the right to vote and respecting the will of the people. But I'm also mindful that when our founders wrote the Constitution, they envisioned a time, or at least a possibility, that our democracy would be more damaged if we failed to impeach and remove a president. Such is the moment in history that we face today. The gravity of this moment, the seriousness of the charges, and the implication for future presidencies and Congresses all contributed to the difficulty with which I've arrived at my decision. I am mindful, Mr. President, that I am standing at a desk that once was used by John F. Kennedy, who famously wrote Profiles in Courage, and there will be so many who will simply look at what I'm doing today and say it is a profile in courage. It is not. It is simply a matter of right and wrong. Doing right is not a courageous act. It is simply following your oath. Mr. President, this has been a divisive time for our country, but I think it has nonetheless been an important constitutional process for us to follow. As this chapter of history draws to a close, one thing is clear to me. As I've said before, our country deserves better than this. They deserve better from the President. They deserve better from the Congress. We must find a way to come together to set aside partisan differences and to focus on what we have in common as Americans. While so much is going on in our favor these days, we still face great challenges, both domestically and internationally. But it remains my firm belief that united, we can conquer them and remain the greatest hope for the people around the world. Mr. President, I ask unanimous consent that my full statement be printed in the record.
Without objection.
Thank you, Mr. President. I yield the floor.
Senator from Rhode Island.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, today the United States Senate is called upon to uphold our oath of office and our duty to the Constitution because President Trump failed to do that himself. After listening closely to the impeachment managers and the President's defense team, weighing the evidence that was presented to us, and being denied the opportunity to see relevant documents and hear from firsthand witnesses, I will vote to find President Trump guilty on both articles of impeachment. I take no pleasure in voting to impeach a president and remove him from office. I agree with those who say impeachment should be rare and American voters should decide our elections. That is why it's so galling President Trump blatantly solicited foreign interference in our democratic process, and he did it as he geared up for re-election. The evidence shows President Trump deliberately and illicitly sought foreign help to manufacture a scandal that would elevate him by tarnishing a political rival. He attempted to undermine our democracy using U.S. taxpayer money in the form of U.S. military aid to the Ukraine as leverage for his own personal benefit. The president's aides, who heard President Trump's call seeking a favor from the Ukrainian president, immediately sensed it was wrong. So when they alerted the White House lawyers, the record of the call was immediately placed on a highly classified computer system. And despite the president's claiming that the version of the call that was publicly released is an exact word-for-word transcript of the conversation, we know from testimony that there are key omissions in the document we all read. Compounding the president's misconduct, he then engaged in an extended cover-up that appears to be ongoing to this day. There is a lot to unravel here, and I will provide a more detailed legal explanation in the near future. But for now, let me briefly explain my decision and outline my thoughts on the Senate's impeachment proceedings and the disturbing precedents I fear will be set when the majority chooses to side with the president over the Constitution's checks and balances. The House of Representatives voted to impeach the president for abuse of power and obstruction of Congress. Based on the uncontested evidence, I concur. It is clear that President Trump and others, such as Mr. Giuliani, who was serving as the president's lawyer, attempted to coerce the newly elected president of the Ukraine to announce 2 sham investigations, including one that sought to directly damage President Trump's rival in the upcoming election. The president's actions served his personal and political needs. not those of our country. His efforts to withdraw military aid and withhold military aid to Ukraine for his own personal benefit undermined our national security. The second article of impeachment charges the president with obstruction of Congress for blocking testimony and refusing to provide documents in response to House subpoenas in the impeachment inquiry. Again, the House managers produced overwhelming evidence of the president's obstruction and his efforts to cover up his malfeasance. The president's counsel offered a number of unpersuasive arguments against this article, which failed to overcome the following. First, that the legislative branch has sole power over impeachment under the Constitution. That couldn't be more clear. Second, past precedents of prior administrations and court rulings. And third, the blatant October 8th letter expressing a complete rejection of the House's impeachment proceedings. The Constitution grants the executive branch significant power, but as every student in America learns, our system is one of checks and balances, so that no branch is entirely unfettered from oversight and the law. President Trump could have us and would have us believe this system of checks and balances is wrong. In President Trump's own words, he expressed the misguided imperial belief in the supremacy of his unchecked power, stating, and I quote, "I have an Article 2 where I have the right to do whatever I want as president." Couple this statement with his January 2016 boast that, quote, "I could stand in the middle of Fifth Avenue and shoot somebody and I wouldn't lose votes." That paints a chilling picture of someone who clearly believes, incorrectly, that he is above the law. The president's attorneys have hewn to this line of faulty reasoning, and in one notably preposterous effort even claimed the president could avoid impeachment for an inappropriate action motivated entirely by his own political and personal interest. The president's defense also failed to sufficiently demonstrate that the president's blanket defiance of subpoenas and document requests overcome the precedents established in prior impeachment proceedings and the record of congressional oversight of the executive branch. In the Clinton impeachment, there was an enormous amount of documentary evidence, as well as sworn depositions and testimony by the president and his closest advisors. In the case of the United States v. Nixon, House Judiciary Committee v. Myers, and others, the House managers rightly point out that the courts have held Congress's power to investigate is as broad as its power to legislate and lies at the heart of Congress's constitutional role. While President Trump's impeachment lawyers claim the House should take the president to court over these previously settled issues, President Trump's lawyers at the Justice Department are simultaneously arguing in the courts that the judicial branch cannot even rule on such matters. As President Trump staked out new, expansive, and aggressive positions about executive privilege, immunity, and the limits of Congress's oversight authority, Republican leaders went along with it. I've heard a variety of explanations for why my Republican colleagues voted against witnesses, but no one has offered the simplest explanation. My Republican colleagues did not want to hear new evidence because they have a hunch it would be really, really bad for this president. It would further expose the depth of his wrongdoing and would make it harder for them to vote to acquit. My colleagues on the other side of the aisle did not ask to be put in this position. President Trump's misconduct forced it upon them. But in the partisan rush to spare President Trump from having his staff and former staff publicly testify against him under oath, a bar has been lowered. A constitutional guardrail has been removed. The Senate has been voluntarily weakened, and our oversight powers severely diminished. This short-term maneuver to shield President Trump from the truth is a severe blow against good government that will do lasting damage to this institution and our democracy. I hope one day the damage can be repaired. The arc of history is indeed long, and it does bend towards justice, but not today. Today, the United States Senate and the American people have been denied access to relevant, available evidence and firsthand witnesses. We've been prohibited from considering new material information that became available after the House's impeachment vote. The Constitution is our national compass, but at this critical moment, clouded by the fog of President Trump's misconduct, the Senate majority has lost its way, no longer guided by the Constitution. In order to regain our moral bearings, stay true to our core values, and navigate a better path forward, we must hold President Trump accountable. The president was wrong to invite foreign interference in our democracy. He was wrong to try and stonewall the investigation. And he is wrong if he tries and he thinks he is above the law. And with that, Mr. President, I would yield the floor.
Mr. President.
Senator from Illinois.
Mr. President, I ask the quorum call be lifted.
We're not in a quorum call.
All right.
The senator is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. From the first words of the Constitution, the weight that lies on every American's shoulders has been clear. We, the people, are the ones who dreamed up this wild experiment that we call America, and we, the people, are the ones charged with ensuring its survival. That's the tension, the push and the pull behind our democracy. Because while there's no greater privilege than living in a country whose Constitution guarantees our rights, there's no greater burden than knowing that our actions could sap that very same Constitution of its power. That our inaction risks allowing it to wither like any other piece of parchment from some bygone era. For the past few weeks, it's been my sworn duty as a United States Senator to sit as an impartial juror in the impeachment trial of Donald J. Trump. And while I wish the president hadn't put our nation in this position, after listening closely, with an open mind, to both sides, it is now my duty as an American to vote on whether to remove him from office. Other than sending our troops into harm's way, I cannot think of a more serious, more somber vote to take in this chamber. But as sobering as it is, the right path forward is clear. Throughout this trial, we've seen unprecedented obstruction from the Trump administration. Obstruction so flagrant it makes Nixon, in the thick of Watergate, look like the motto of transparency. And yet the facts uncovered still prove the truth of the matter. Trump abused his power when he secretly withheld security aid at a White House meeting to try to force Ukraine to announce its investigations into a political rival to help him swing November's election, putting his political self-interest ahead of our national security. He smeared the name of an American ambassador, even seemingly risking her safety because she was simply too principled to further his corruption, because she was too clean to help him strong-arm Ukraine into that favor he demanded. When the reports first emerged about what he'd done, he denied it. Then his explanation changed to, well, maybe I did do it, but it was only because I was trying to root out corruption. Except that if that were true, there'd be some documentary record to prove that, and we've seen absolutely none, even after I asked for it during the questioning period. And now, his defense team has gone so far as to claim that, well, it doesn't matter if he did do it because he's the president and the president can do anything he wants. It will help him get reelected. Breathtaking. To put it another way, when he got caught, he lied. Then when that lie was found out, he lied again, then again, then again. And along the way, his own defense counsel could not papier-mâché together even the most basic argument to actually exonerate him. The best case they could muster boiled down to, well, when the president does it, it's not illegal. Nixon already tried that defense. It did not work then, and it does not work now. Because here's the thing, in America, we believe not in rulers, but in the rule of law. And though we've seen over the past few months, the truth has never changed. It's what National Security Council officials and decades-long diplomats testified to under oath. It's what foreign policy experts and Trump administration staffers, and yes, an American warrior with a Purple Heart, have raised their right hands and told us time after time since the House hearings began. Even some of my Republican colleagues have admitted that Trump crossed the line. Some said it as recently as this weekend, but many more said months ago that if Trump did do what he's accused of, then it would indeed be wrong. Well, now it's obvious that those allegations were true. And it's pretty clear Trump's defense team knows that also. Because if they actually believe Trump did nothing wrong, that his call was perfect, then why would they fight so hard to block the witnesses and the documents that could exonerate him from coming to light? The only reason they would have done so is if they knew that he was guilty. And today, the only reason for anyone to vote to acquit Trump is if you're okay with him trying to cover it up. Now, I know that some folks have been saying that we should acquit him, that we should ignore our constitutional duty and leave him in office because we are in an election year, and that the voters should decide his fate. That's an argument that rings hollow, because this trial was about Trump trying to cheat in the next election and rob the voters of their ability to decide. So any action other than voting to remove him would give him the license and the power to keep tampering with that race, to keep trying to turn that election into as much of a sham as an impeachment trial without witnesses. You know, I spent 23 years in the military, and one of the most critical lessons anyone who serves learns is the damage that can be done when troops don't oppose illegal orders, when fealty becomes blind and ignorance becomes intentional. And just as it's the duty of military officers to oppose unlawful orders, it is the responsibility of public servants to hold those in power accountable. Former National Security, the former NSC official Fiona Hill understood that, testifying before Congress because she knew that politics must never eclipse national security. Ambassador Bill Taylor understood that as well. The veteran who served in every administration since Reagan's answered the question at the heart of the impeachment inquiry, saying under oath that, yes, there was a clear understanding of a quid pro quo, exactly the sort of abuse of power no president should be allowed to get away with. And Lieutenant Colonel Alexander Vindman, the Purple Heart recipient who dedicated decades of his life to our armed forces, he understood the lessons of the past too, saying that here in America, right matters. My colleagues in this chamber who have attacked Lieutenant Colonel Vindman, who have provided a platform for others to tear him down, just doing what he believes is right, should be ashamed of themselves. We should all be aware of the example we set and always seek to elevate the national discourse. We should all be thoughtful about our own conduct, both in terms of respecting the rule of law and the sacrifices our troops make to keep us safe. Because at the end of the day, our Constitution is really just a set of rules on some pieces of paper. It is only as strong as our will to uphold its ideals and hold up the scales of justice. So today, I am asking each of us to muster up just an ounce of the courage shown by Fiona Hill, Ambassador Taylor, and Lieutenant Colonel Vindman. When our names are called from the dais in a few hours, each of us will either pass or fail the most elementary, yet most important test any elected official will ever take, whether to put country over party or party over country. It may be a politically difficult vote for some of us, but it should not be a morally difficult vote for any of us. Because while I know that voting to acquit would make the lives of some of my colleagues simpler come election day, I also know that America would have never been born if the heroes of centuries past made decisions based on political expediency. It would have been easier to keep bowing down to King George III than to push 342 chests of tea into the Boston Harbor. It would have been easier to keep paying taxes to the crown than to wage a revolution. But those patriots knew the importance of rejecting what's easy if it's in conflict with what is right. They knew that the courage of just a few could change history. So when it's time to vote this afternoon, we cannot think of political convenience. If we say abuse of power doesn't warrant removal from office today, We'd be paving the way for future presidents to do even worse tomorrow, to keep breaking the law, to keep endangering our country, one perfect call, one favor, one high crime and misdemeanor at a time. Time and again these past few months, we've heard one story about our founders, perhaps more than any other. The time that Benjamin Franklin walked out of the Independence Hall after the Constitution Convention and someone asked, "What have we got, a republic or a monarchy?" We all know what he said, "A republic, if you can keep it." Keeping it may very well come down to the 100 of us in this very chamber. We are the ones the Constitution vests with the power to hold the president accountable, and so, through our actions, we are the ones that vest the Constitution with its power. So in this moment, let's think not just of today, but of tomorrow too. And in this moment, let's remember that here, right matters, truth matters. The truth is that Donald Trump is guilty of these articles of impeachment. I will vote to do the right thing, and I hope my colleagues will as well. For the sake of tomorrow and the tomorrow after that, we must. I yield the floor and suggest the absence of a quorum.
The clerk will call the roll.
Mr. Alexander.
Mr. President,
Senator from Missouri.
Mr. President, I move we suspend the quorum call.
Without objection.
Mr. President, later today, I'll vote to acquit the president on the charges of the 2 articles of impeachment. Now, a not guilty verdict, as every senator on this floor has known for some time, was always what would happen in a House-driven partisan impeachment process. Less than a year ago, the Speaker of the House said that we should not go through this process unless something was compelling, unless something was overwhelming, unless something was bipartisan. I think the Speaker was exactly right then, and I hope all future speakers look at that guidance as we think about this process of impeachment. In the first 180 years of the Constitution, individual members talked about impeachment of presidents, maybe of almost every president, but the Congress only seriously touched this topic one time. One time in 180 years, Mr. President. In the last 46 years, presidential impeachment has been before the country 3 times, and each case has been less compelling than the one before it. We don't want partisan impeachment to become an exercise that happens when one party, not the party of the president, happens to have a majority of the votes in the House of Representatives. Impeachment is fundamentally a political process. The members of the Senate meet no standards for a regular jury. The jury can override the judge. 2/3 of the Senate is necessary to remove the president. We really have no better term in the Constitution, I suppose, to use than trial, but in any classic sense, this isn't a trial. In any classic sense, a partisan impeachment isn't any kind of a real indictment. And maybe first and foremost, Mr. President, the House has to do its job. Part of that job would be to create a case that would produce a bipartisan vote on the articles in the House. And if you haven't met that standard, going back to the Speaker's standard, you should work on the case some more and then wonder if you can't meet the standard, what's wrong with the process you're going through. Part of that job is to do everything necessary to have articles of impeachment that are compelling and complete. The House has time available to it to consider impeachment as they go about their essential work. They can continue to do the work of the Congress. They have weeks, months, if they choose to have even maybe years to put a case together. They can call witnesses. They can go to court to seek testimony. They can determine if this is an impeachment question or just an oversight question. The House, Mr. President, can do lots of things, but once the Senate gets the articles of presidential impeachment, they become, for the Senate, an absolute priority. Both our rules and reality mean we can't do anything else realistically until we're done dealing with the case the House sent over. That was fundamentally what was so wrong with the House sending over a case that they said needed more work. If it needed more work, it should have had more work. Now, Mr. President, you can be for strong review of the executive, you can be for strong congressional oversight and still support the idea of executive privilege. The president has the right to unfettered advice and to know all the options. In fact, I think when you pierce that right, you begin to have advisors who may not want to give all the options to the president because it might appear they were for all the options. But the president's advisors need to see that the president understands all the options and implications of a decision. The president, by the way, another topic that came up here several times, the president determines executive policy. The staff, the assistants, that whoever else works in the executive branch doesn't determine executive policy. The president determines executive policy. The staff can put all the notes in front of the president they want to, but it's the president's decision what the policy of the administration would be. And sharing that decision with the Congress, sharing how he got to that point, or later she got to that point with that decision, is a negotiated balance. Congress says, we want to know this. The president says, no, I need to have some ability for people to give me advice that isn't all available for the Congress. So this is balanced out. And if that can't happen, if that balance can't be achieved, the judiciary decides what the balance is. The judiciary decides a question, says, you really must talk to the Congress about this, but you don't have to talk to them about the next sentence you said at that same meeting. That's the kind of balance that occurred. The idea repeatedly advanced by the House managers that the Senate, by majority vote, can decide these questions is both outrageous, Mr. President, and dangerous. The idea that the government would balance itself is frankly the miracle of the Constitution. Nobody had ever proposed until Philadelphia in 1787, one, that the basis for government was the people themselves, but two, you could have a government that was so finely balanced that it would operate and maintain itself over time. The House managers would really upend that balance. By being unwilling to take time, the House had to pursue the constitutional solution. They've decided that we don't have to worry about the Constitution to have that solution. To charge that the president's assertion of Article II rights that go back to Washington is one of the actual articles of impeachment is dangerous. The legislative branch cannot also be the judicial branch. The legislative branch can't also decide, here's the balance. Executive and legislative branch are in a fight about what should be disclosed and what shouldn't. You can't continue to have the three balances of power in our government if one of the branches can decide what the legislative branch should decide. In their haste to put this case together, the House sent the Senate the two weakest articles of impeachment possible. Presidents since Washington have been accused by some members of Congress of abuse of power. Presidents since Washington have been accused by some members of Congress of failure to cooperate with the Congress. The House managers argued against their own case. They repeatedly contended that they'd made their case completely, they'd made their case totally, they'd made their case incontrovertibly, but they wanted us to call witnesses that they'd chosen not to call. They said they'd already been in court 9 months to get the president's former White House counsel to testify and weren't done yet, but somehow they thought the Senate could get that person and others in a matter of days. These arguments have been and should have been rejected by the Senate. Today, the articles of impeachment should be and will be rejected by the Senate. Based on the Speaker's March comments, these articles should have never been sent to the Senate. They were not compelling, they were not overwhelming, they were not bipartisan, and most importantly, Mr. President, they were not necessary. One of the lessons we send today is to this House and to future Houses of Representatives, do your job, take it seriously, don't make it political. I would yield back and note the absence of quorum.
Clerk will call the roll.
Mr. Alexander.
Mr. President,
Senator from Utah.
I ask unanimous consent to suspend the quorum call.
Without objection.
Mr. President, I've long maintained that most, if not all, of the most serious, vexing problems within our federal government can be traced to a deviation from the twin core structural protections of the Constitution. There are two of these protections, one that operates along a vertical axis, the other a horizontal. The vertical protection we call federalism, which states a very simple fact that in the American system of government, most power is to be reserved to the states, respectively, or to the people, where it's exercised at the state and local level. It's only those powers enumerated in the Constitution, either in Article 1, Section 8 or elsewhere, that are made federal. Those things that the Founding Fathers appropriately deemed unavoidably, necessarily national, or that we have otherwise rendered national through a subsequent constitutional amendment. As was the case when James Madison wrote Federalist Number 45, the powers reserved to the states are numerous and indefinite, while those that are given to the Congress to be exercised federally are few and defined. Few and defined powers with the federal government, numerous and indefinite, reserved to the states. The horizontal protection operates within the federal government itself, and it acknowledges that we've got three co-equal independent branches within the federal government. One that makes the laws, one that executes the laws, and one that interprets the laws, where people can't come to an agreement and have an active, live dispute as to the meaning of a particular law in a particular case or controversy. Sadly, we have drifted steadily, aggressively from both of these principles over the last 80 years. For roughly the first 150 years of the founding of our republic and of the operation of our constitutional structure, we adhered pretty closely to them. But over the last 80 years or so, we've drifted steadily, and this has been a bipartisan problem. It's one that was created under the flawed leadership of Republicans and Democrats alike. In fact, of Senates, of Houses of Representatives, and White Houses of every conceivable partisan combination. We have essentially taken power away from the American people in two steps. First, by moving power from the state and local level and taking it to Washington in violation of the vertical protection we call federalism. And then a second time, moving it away from the people's elected lawmakers in Washington to unelected, unaccountable bureaucrats placed within the executive branch of government, but who are neither elected by the people nor accountable to anyone who is electable. And thus, they constitute essentially a fourth branch of government within our system, one that is not sanctioned or contemplated by the Constitution and doesn't really fit all that well within its framework. This has made the federal government bigger and more powerful. It has occurred in a way that has made people less powerful. It's made government in general, in particular this government, the federal government, less responsive to the needs of the people. It has been fundamentally contrary to the way our system of government operates. What, one might ask, does any of this have to do with impeachment? Well, in my opinion, everything, or at least a lot. You see, this distance that we've created in these two steps, by moving power from the people to Washington, within Washington, handing it over from elected lawmakers to unelected, unaccountable bureaucrats, has created an understandable amount of anxiety among the American people. Not all of them necessarily recognize it in the same way that I do, or describe it with the same words, but they know something's not right. They know that when their federal government requires them to work many months out of every year just to pay their federal taxes, only to be told later it's not nearly enough and hasn't been enough for a long time, such that we've accumulated $23 trillion in debt. And when they come to understand that the federal government also imposes some $2 trillion in regulatory compliance costs on the American people, that this harms the poor and middle class. It makes everything we buy more expensive. It results in diminished wages, unemployment, and underemployment. On some level, the American people feel this, they experience this, they understand it. It creates anxiety. It was that very anxiety that caused people to want to elect a different kind of leader in 2016, and they did. It was this set of circumstances that caused them to elect Donald J. Trump as the 45th president of the United States. And I'm glad they did, because he promised to change the way we do things here, and he has done that. But as someone who has focused intently on the need to reconnect the American people with their system of government, Donald Trump presents something of a serious threat to those who have occupied these positions of power. These individuals who, while hardworking, well-intentioned, well-educated, and highly specialized, occupy these positions of power within what we loosely refer to as the executive branch, but it is in reality an unelected, unaccountable fourth branch of government. He has bucked them on many, many levels and has infuriated them as he's done so, even as he is implementing the American people's wishes to close that gap between the people and the government that is supposed to serve them. He's bucked them on so many levels, declining to defer to the opinions of self-proclaimed government experts who claim that they know better than any of us on a number of levels. He pushed back on them, for example, when it comes to the Foreign Intelligence Surveillance Act, or FISA, as it's sometimes described, when he insisted that FISA had been abused in efforts to undermine his candidacy and to infringe the rights and the privacy of the American people. So he took that position. Washington bureaucrats predictably mocked him, but he turned out to be right. He called out the folly of engaging in endless nation-building exercises as part of a 2-decade-long war effort that has cost this country dearly in terms of American blood and treasure. Washington bureaucrats mocked him again, but he turned out to be right. He raised questions with how U.S. foreign aid is used and sometimes misused throughout the world, sometimes to the detriment of the American people and the very interests that such aid was created to alleviate. Washington bureaucrats mocked him, but he turned out to be right. President Trump asked Ukraine to investigate a Ukrainian energy company, Burisma. He momentarily paused U.S. aid to Ukraine while seeking a commitment from the then newly elected Ukrainian President Vladimir Zelensky regarding that effort. He wanted to make sure that he could trust this recently elected President Zelensky before sending him the aid. Within a few weeks, his concerns were satisfied, and he released the aid. Pausing briefly before doing so isn't criminal. It certainly isn't impeachable. It's not even wrong. Quite to the contrary, this is exactly the sort of thing the American people elected President Trump to do. He would and has decided to bring a different paradigm to Washington, one that analyzes things from how the American citizenry views the American government. This has, in some respects, therefore, been a trial of the Washington, D.C. establishment itself, but not necessarily in the way that the House managers apparently intended. And while the House managers repeatedly invoked constitutional principles, including separation of powers, their arguments have tended to prove the point opposite of the one they intended. Yes, we badly need to restore and protect both federalism and separation of powers. And it is my view that the deviation from one contributes to the deviation from the other. But here, in order to do that, we've got to respect the three branches of government for what they are, who leads them, how they operate, and who is accountable to whom. For them to view President Trump as somehow subservient to the career civil servant bureaucratic class that has tended to manage agencies within the federal government, including the National Security Council, the Department of Defense, the Office of Management and Budget, individuals in the White House, and individuals within the State Department, among others, is not only mischaracterizing this problem, It helps identify the precise source of this problem. You see, many of these people, including some of the witnesses that we've heard from in this trial, have mistakenly taken the conclusion, but because President Trump took a conclusion different than that offered by the so-called interagency process, that amounted to a constitutionally impeachable act. It did not. It did nothing of the sort. Quite to the contrary, when you actually look at the Constitution itself, it makes clear that the president has the power to do what he did here. The very first section of Article 2 of the Constitution, this is the part of the Constitution that outlines the president's authority, makes clear that the executive power of the United States government shall be vested in the President of the United States. It's important to remember that there are exactly two federal officials who are elected within the executive branch of government. One is the vice president, and the other is the president. The vice president's duties, I would add, are relatively limited. Constitutionally speaking, the vice president is the president of the Senate, and thus performs that in a quasi-legislative role. But the vice president's executive branch duties are entirely bound up with those of the president. They consist of aiding and assisting the president as the president may deem necessary, and standing ready to step into the position of the presidency should it become necessary as a result of disability, incapacitation, or death. Barring that, the entire executive branch authority is bound up within the presidency itself. The president is the executive branch of government, just as the judges who sit across the street themselves amount to the capstone of the judicial branch, just as 100 senators and 435 representatives are the legislative branch. The president is the executive branch. As such, it is his prerogative within the confines of what the law allows and authorizes and otherwise provides to decide how to execute that. It is not only not incompatible with that system of government, it is entirely consistent with it, indeed authorized by it, that a president should be able to say, look, we've got a newly elected president in Ukraine. We've had longstanding allegations of corruptions within Ukraine. Those allegations have been well-founded in Ukraine. No one disputes that corruption is rampant in Ukraine. A newly elected president comes in. This president, or any president in the future, decides, hey, we're giving a lot of aid to this country. $391 million for the year in question. I want to make sure that I understand how that president operates. I want to establish a relationship of trust before taking a step further with that president. And so I'm going to take my time a little bit. I'm going to wait maybe a few weeks in order to make sure that we're on a sure footing there. He did that. There's nothing wrong with that. What's the response from the House managers? Well, it gets back to that interagency process. As if people who the American people don't know or have reason to know, because those people don't stand accountable to the people, they're not elected by the people, they're not really accountable to anyone who is in turn elected by the people. The fact that these people involved in the interagency process might disagree with a foreign policy decision made by the President of the United States, or the fact that this President of the United States might take a different approach than his predecessor or predecessors, does not make this President's decisions criminal. It certainly doesn't make them impeachable. It doesn't even make them wrong. And Mr. President, in the eyes of many, I believe most Americans, they want a president to be careful about how the United States spends money. They want the United States to stop and reconsider from time to time the fact that we spend a lot of money throughout the world on countries that are not the United States. We want a president of the United States to be able to exercise a little bit of discretion in pushing pause before that president knows whether he can trust a newly elected government in the country in question. And so to suggest here that our commitment to the Constitution, to suggest here, as the House managers have, that our respect for the separation of powers within the constitutional framework somehow demands that we remove the duly elected president of the United States is simply wrong. It's elevating to a status completely foreign to our constitutional structure, an entity that the Constitution does not name. It elevates a policy dispute to a question of high crimes and misdemeanors. Those two are not the same thing. At the end of the day, this government does, in fact, stand accountable to the people. This government is of, by, and for the people. We cannot remove the 45th President of the United States for doing something that the law and the Constitution allows him to do without doing undue violence to that system of government to which every single one of us has sworn an oath. We've sworn to uphold and protect and defend that system of government. And that means standing up for the American people and those they have elected to do a job recognized by the Constitution. I will be voting to defend this president's actions. I'll be voting against undoing the vote taken by the American people some 3.5 years ago. I'll be voting for the principle of freedom, for the very principles that our Constitution was designed to protect. I urge all of my colleagues to reject these deeply factually and legally flawed articles of impeachment, to vote not guilty. Thank you, Mr. President. I yield the floor. Note the absence of a quorum.
Will the senator withhold?
Yes.
Mr. President.
Senator from North Dakota.
Mr. President, I rise today to officially declare that I will vote against both articles of impeachment brought against President Trump by the very partisan and, quite frankly, ridiculous House of Representatives. I know my position is hardly a surprise, but it's almost as unsurprising as the House impeaching the President to begin with. Since the moment he was sworn into office, Democrats have schemed to remove Donald Trump from office. It's not my opinion. I take them at their word. Their fixation on his removal was a conclusion in search of a justification, which they manufactured from a phone conversation between world leaders, leaked by one of the many career bureaucrats who seem to have forgotten that they work for the elected leaders in this country, not the other way around. So, Mr. President, the two articles of impeachment before this body today, in my view, are without merit. They are an affront, in fact, to this institution and to our Constitution, representing the very same partisan derangement that worried our founding fathers so much that they made the threshold for impeachment this high. Mr. President, the Senate exists exactly for moments like this. I didn't arrive at my conclusion to support acquittal hastily or flippantly, and I don't believe any of my colleagues did either, including those who come to a different conclusion from mine. Despite being sent such flawed articles by the House, the Senate did, in fact, dutifully and solemnly follow its constitutional obligation. During the long days of the trial, we heard sworn testimony from 13 witnesses, read 17 depositions, asked 180 questions, viewed 193 video clips, and poured over 28,000 pages of documents. But even more than the House manager's shallow arguments and lack of evidence against and due process for our president, and the obvious derangement at the very root of every investigation, beginning with the corrupt FBI Crossfire Hurricane counterintelligence investigation during the 2016 election cycle. The articles of impeachment we'll vote on in a few hours should have ended at their beginning. Mr. President, can we agree that if a Speaker of the House unilaterally declares an impeachment inquiry, it represents the opinion of one member of Congress, not the official authorization of the entire Congress? Can we agree that a vote to begin an impeachment inquiry that has only partisan support and bipartisan opposition is not what the founders had in mind, and in fact is what they firmly rejected and cautioned about? Can we agree that impeachment articles passed by a majority of one party and opposed by members of both parties, on their face fail, if not the letter of the law, certainly the spirit of the Constitution. Yet, even under the cloud of purely partisan politics of the House of Representatives, the Senate conducted a complete, comprehensive trial, resulting, in my view, in a crystal clear conclusion. The Democratic-led House of Representatives failed to meet the most basic standards of proof and has dramatically lowered the bar for impeachment to unacceptable levels. Mr. President, it's deeply concerning, and I believe we must commit to never, ever letting it happen again to the president of any political party. And that can start today. In just a few hours, the Senate will have the opportunity to cast a vote to end this whole ordeal. And in doing so, can make a statement that the threshold for undoing the will of the American people in the most recent election and undoing the will of a major political party in the upcoming election should be higher than one party's petty obsession. Mr. President, I hope my colleagues on both sides of the aisle join me in voting against these charges. But whether he's acquitted or convicted and removed, it's my prayer, as we were admonished many times throughout the last few weeks by our chaplain Black, that God's will is the one that will be done. Then we can move on to the unifying issues the American people want us to tackle. Issues like infrastructure, education, energy security and dominance, national security, and the rising cost of health care, among many others. These, Mr. President, are issues the American people care about. These are issues that North Dakotans care about. These are the issues that the people have sent us here to deal with. Let's do it together. Let's start now. I yield the floor. I note the absence of a quorum.
Clerk will call the roll.
Mr. Alexander.
Mr. President,
Senator from Mississippi.
are we in a quorum call?
We are.
I ask with unanimous consent it be suspended.
Without objection.
Mr. President, I will vote to acquit President Donald J. Trump on both articles of impeachment presented by House Democrats. I have listened carefully to the arguments presented by the House Democratic managers and the White House defense team. Those prosecuting the president failed on a legal and constitutional basis to produce the evidence required to undertake the very serious act of removing a duly elected president from this office. This trial exposed that pure political partisanship fueled a reckless investigation and the subsequent impeachment of the president on weak, vague, and non-criminal accusations. The Democrats' case, which lacked the basic standards of fairness and due process, was fabricated to fulfill their one long-held hope to impeach President Trump. We should all be concerned about the dangerous precedent and consequences of convicting any president on charges originating from strictly partisan reasons. The Founding Fathers warned against allowing impeachment to become a political weapon. In this case, House Democrats crossed that line. Rejecting the abuse of power and obstruction of Congress articles before us will affirm our belief in the impeachment standards intended by the founders. With my votes to acquit President Trump, justice will be served. The Senate has faithfully executed its constitutional duties to hear and judge the charges leveled against the president. I remain hopeful that we can finally set aside this flawed partisan investigation, prosecution, and persecution of President Trump. The people of Mississippi and this great nation are more interested in us getting back to doing the work they sent us here to do. I yield my time.
Mr. President.
Senator from Idaho.
Mr. President and fellow senators, I come to the floor today to talk about the business at hand. Obviously, it's a vote that we're going to take at 4 o'clock this afternoon. Look, we were subjected to days and days of trial here, many witnesses and witness statements and all that sort of thing. And it's incumbent upon us now as jurors to reach a conclusion, and I have done so. I come at this with a little bit of a different view than probably others. I've tried more cases probably than anyone on the floor, both as a prosecutor and in private practice. And so I watched carefully as the case was presented to us and how the case had been put together by the managers from the House. And what I learned in the many years of trial experience that I had, that the only way really to try a case and to reach where you want to get is to do it in good faith and to do it honestly. I had real trouble right at the beginning when I saw that the lead manager read a transcript purporting to be the president, a transcript of the president's phone call that's been an issue here, and it was falsified. And it was falsified knowingly, willfully, and intentionally. So as a result of that, when they walked through the door and wanted to present their case, there was a strike there already, and I put it in that perspective. How the case unfolded after that was stunning because I've never seen a case succeed the way they put the case together. They put the case together by taking every fact that they wanted to make fly and put it only in the best light without showing the other side, but more importantly, intentionally excluding evidence. And of course, this whole thing centered around witness statements that the president had somehow threatened or pressured the president of Ukraine to do what he was going to do. That simply wasn't the case. The transcript didn't say that. Now, admittedly, they had a witness that had gone around saying that, and they called every person he told to tell us that that was the situation. The problem was it was hearsay, and there's a good reason why they don't allow hearsay in a court of law. And that is, it simply wasn't true. When the person who was spreading that rumor actually talked to the president about it, the president got angry and said, "That's not true, I would never do that." They never told us that. And once the tape was shown, the House manager spent days putting together that proposition for us, and the president's counsel dismantled that in about an hour and did so really quickly. And as a result of that, simply from a factual basis, it is my opinion that the prosecution in this case did not meet its burden. Now, much has been said about witnesses and how they did this and what have you. Look, the Constitution is crystal clear. It gives the House absolute, total, 100% control of impeachment, that is the investigation and the vote on it. It gives us the same thing, but on the trial basis. The thing I think was surprising to me is they came over here and tried to tell us how to do their job. I suspect they in the House would feel the exact same way about it if we went over there and told them how they should impeach. They came over here and told us about how we should do witnesses and all that sort of thing. They had every opportunity to prepare the case. It was totally in their hands. They had as much time as they wanted to, and they simply didn't do it. So in that respect, I also found that it was short. But the bottom line for me, too, was there's a second reason on which I would vote to acquit here, and that is the stunning attack that this was on the United States Constitution. This is really the first time in history when a purely political attack was instigated by reaching to the United States Constitution and using what is really a sacred item in that Constitution, a process that the Founding Fathers gave us for good reason, and that is impeachment. It was not intended to be used as a political bludgeon. It simply wasn't. We had in front of us the Federalist Papers, and we had the debates of the Constitutional Convention, and really the one silver lining that came out of this was it underscored again for us the genius of the Founding Fathers giving us three branches of government. Not just three branches of government, but three branches of government that had distinct lanes in which they operated, and most importantly, indicating that they were separate but equal. And they wanted not a parliamentary system like they had looked at from Britain, with a head of state that was a that was a prime minister that could be removed and changed, as happens all around the world today. They gave us a unique system with 3 branches of government. So the Founding Fathers were very clear. They debated the question of what should it take to get rid of the head of state, and they concluded that the second branch of government couldn't be a strong branch of government if indeed the president could be removed, as a prime minister could be removed simply by Congress getting unhappy with his policies or disagreeing with him. And so as a result of that, they did give us impeachment, and it is a unique process. They were very clear that it was supposed to be used only in very extreme circumstances and not just simply because of a political disagreement or a policy disagreement. And that's exactly what happened here. The Federalist Papers and the Constitutional Convention debates are very, very clear that it is not a broad swath of reasons to impeach the president that is given to the first branch of government, but indeed a very, very narrow swath. And it was interesting that from the beginning they picked the 2 words of treason and bribery. And to that, they then had a long debate about what it would be in addition to that. And they had such words as malfeasance, misfeasance, corruption, and all those kinds of things that could be very broad. They rejected all those and said, no, specifically, it had to be high crimes and misdemeanors. So what they did is they narrowed the lane considerably, made it difficult to remove the head of the second branch of government. And then on top of that, for frosting on the cake, they said it's going to be 2/3. Now, what did that simply mean? They knew that human beings being the way they are, that human beings that were involved in political process and political parties would reach to get rid of a political enemy using everything they could. And so they wanted to see that that didn't happen with impeachment. And so, as a result of that, they gave us the 2/3 requirement, and that meant that no president was going to be impeached without a bipartisan movement. This movement has been entirely partisan. No Republican voted for that to impeach him in the House of Representatives. This afternoon at 4 o'clock, we're going to have a vote, and it's going to be along party lines. And again, it is going to be political. So what do we have here? At the end of the day, we have a political exercise. And that political exercise is going to fail. And once again, God has blessed America, and the republic that Benjamin Franklin said we have, if we can keep it, is going to be sustained. Madam President, I yield the floor.
The senator from Ohio is recognized.
Thank you, Madam President. Over the past 3 weeks, we have heard from the House managers and the President's counsel regarding the facts of the case against President Donald Trump. Much like trials in Lorain and Lima and Lordstown, Ohio, or in Marietta, in Massillon and Marion, Ohio, we've seen the prosecution, in this case the House managers, and the defense, in this case the president's lawyers, present their cases. All 100 of us, every one of us, is a jury, are the jury. We took an oath to be impartial jurors. We all took an oath to be impartial jurors, just like juries in Ohio and across America. But to some of my colleagues, that just appeared to be a joke. The great journalist Bill Moyers summed up the past 3 weeks. What we've just seen is the dictator of the Senate manipulating the impeachment process to save the demagogue in the White House, whose political party has become the gravedigger of democracy. Let me say that again. What we've just seen is the dictator of the Senate manipulating the impeachment process to save the demagogue in the White House, whose political party has become the gravedigger of democracy. Even before this trial began, Leader McConnell admitted out loud that he was coordinating the trial process with the White House. The leader of the Senate was coordinating with the White House on impeachment. I challenge him to show me one trial in my state of Ohio or his state of Kentucky where the jury coordinated with the defense lawyers. In a fair trial, the defense and prosecution would have been able to introduce evidence, to call witnesses, to listen to testimony. Every other impeachment procedure in the Senate for 250 years had witnesses. Some of them had dozens. We had 0. Leader McConnell rushed this trial through. He turned off cameras in this body so that the American public couldn't see the whole process. He restricted reporter access. We know reporters all roam the halls to talk to members of the House and Senate. He restricted access there. He twisted arms to make sure every Republican voted with him to block witnesses. He didn't get a couple of them, but he had enough to protect himself. The public already sees through it. This is a sham trial. I said from the beginning that I would keep an open mind. If there are witnesses who would exonerate the president, the American people need to hear from them. Over the course of this trial, we heard mounting, overwhelming evidence that President Trump did something that not even Richard Nixon ever did. He extorted a foreign leader. He fired a career Foreign Service officer for rooting out corruption. He put his own presidential campaign above our collective national security. The president said, this is just hearsay. But he and the Republican leader, together with 51 of 53 Republican senators, blocked every single potential witness we wanted to call. We knew there were witnesses. The president says it was hearsay. We knew there were witnesses who were in the room with President Trump. We didn't get to hear from them. We didn't hear from Ambassador Bolton. We didn't hear from Interim Chief of Staff Mulvaney. We didn't hear from Secretary Pompeo. The Republican leader denied the American people the chance to hear all of them testify under oath. We've seen more information come to light each day, which builds on the pattern of facts laid out in great detail by the House managers. We've now heard tape recordings of the President of the United States telling associates to get rid of U.S. Ambassador Yovanovitch, a public servant who devoted her life to fighting corruption and promoting American ideals in foreign policy throughout her long, distinguished career at the State Department. With her removed from the post, it appears the president thought he would be able to compel our ally Ukraine to investigate President Trump's political opponent. Reporters have now revealed that Ambassador Bolton, again, Madam President, a first-hand witness, he outlined the president did exactly what the impeachment articles allege. He withheld security assistance to an ally at war with Russia in exchange for a political favor. The Justice Department admits there are 24 emails showing the president's thinking on Ukraine assistance. But you know what? Senator McConnell down the hall won't allow us to see any of these 24 emails. Make no mistake, the full truth is going to come out. The presiding officer, my colleagues on the other side of the aisle, they're all going to be embarrassed because they covered this up. It wasn't just the president and the vice president and Secretary Pompeo and Chief of Staff Mulvaney. It was 51 Republican United States senators, including the presiding officer, who's a new member of this body, who covered up this evidence. It'll come out this week, it'll come out this month, this year, the year after that, for decades to come. And when the full truth comes out, we'll be judged by our children and grandchildren. Without additional witnesses, we must judge based on the facts presented. The House managers made a clear, compelling case. In the middle of a war with Russia, the president froze $400 million in security assistance to Ukraine. He wanted an investigation into his 2020 political opponent. He refused a critical meeting with President Zelensky in the Oval Office. These actions don't promote our national security, the rule of law. They promote Donald Trump personally in his campaign. We know the president extorted President Zelensky. He asked the leader of a foreign government to help him. That's a definition of an abuse of power. That's why we have no choice but to convict this president of abusing his office. All of us know this. To acquit would set a clear, dangerous precedent. You abuse your office? It's okay. Congress will look the other way. This trial, this vote we're about to cast, they're about way more than just President Trump. They're about the future of democracy. It will send a message to this president, or whomever we elect in November, and to all future presidents. It will be heard around the world, our verdict, by our allies and enemies alike, especially the Russians. Are we going to roll out the welcome mat to our adversaries to interfere in our elections? Are we going to give a green light to the President of the United States to base our country's foreign policy not on our collective agreed on national security or that of our allies, like Ukraine, but on the president's personal political campaign. These are the issues at stake. If we don't hold this president accountable for his abuse of office, if no one in his own party, if no one on this side of the aisle, no one has the backbone to stand up and say stop, there is no question it'll get worse. How do I know that? I've heard it from a number of my Republican colleagues, when privately they'll tell me, yes, we are concerned about what the president's going to do if he's exonerated. I was particularly appalled by the words of Mr. Dershowitz. He said if a president does something which he believes will help him get elected in the public interest, that can't be the quid pro quo that results in impeachment. Think about that for a moment. If the president thinks it's okay, he thinks it's going to help his election, and he thinks his election is in the public interest, then it's okay. The president can break any law, can funnel taxpayer money towards his reelection, can turn the arm of the state against his political enemies, and not be held accountable. That's what this claim comes down to. Remember the words of Richard Nixon. When the president does it, that means it's not illegal. Our country rejected that argument during Watergate. We had a Republican Party with principle in those days, and senators with backbone, and they told that president to resign because nobody's above the state, nobody's above the law. If we have a president that can turn the office of the presidency and the entire executive branch into his own political campaign operation, God help us. My colleagues think I'm exaggerating. We don't have the option to vote in favor of some arguments made during the trial and not others. Mr. Dershowitz's words will live forever in the historical record. If they're allowed to stand aside a not guilty verdict, make no mistake, they'll be used as precedent by future aspiring autocrats. In the words of House Manager Schiff, that way madness lies. I know some of my colleagues agree this sets a dangerous precedent. Some of you have admitted to me that you're troubled by the president's behavior. You know he's reckless. You know he lies. You know what he did was wrong. And I have heard Republican after Republican senator tell me that privately. If you acknowledge that, if you've said it to me, if you said it to your family, if you said it to your staff, if you just said it to yourself, I implore you, we have no choice but to vote to convict. What are my colleagues afraid of? I think about the word of Adam Schiff in this chamber on Tuesday. If you find that the House has proved its case and still vote to acquit, if you still vote to acquit, your name will be tied to his with a cord of steel and for all of history. Your name will be tied to his with a cord of steel and for all of history. So I ask my colleagues again, what are you afraid of? One of our American fundamental values, we have no kings, no nobility, no oligarchs, no matter how rich, no matter how powerful, no matter how much money you give to Mitch McConnell's super PAC, everyone can and should be held accountable. I hope my colleagues remember that. I hope they'll choose courage over fear. I hope they'll choose country over party. I hope they'll join me in holding this president accountable to the American people we all took an oath to serve. We know this. Americans are watching. They will not forget. I will close with quoting again Bill Moyers, the longtime journalist. What we've just seen is the dictator of the Senate manipulating the impeachment process to save the demagogue in the White House whose political party has become the grave digger of democracy. Madam President, I know my colleagues on the other side of the aisle know better. I hope they vote what they really know. Thank you, Madam President.
Madam President.
The senator from Hawaii is recognized.
Madam President, when the framers debated whether to include the power of impeachment in the Constitution, they envisioned a moment very much like the one we face now. They were fearful of a corrupt president who would abuse the presidency for his or her personal gain, particularly one who would allow any foreign country to interfere in the affairs of our United States. With this fear in mind, the framers directed the Senate to determine whether to ultimately remove that president from office. In normal times, the Senate, conscious of its awesome responsibility, would meet this moment with the appropriate sobriety and responsibility to conduct a full and fair trial. That includes calling appropriate witnesses and subpoenaing relevant documents, none of which happened here. In normal times, the Senate would have weighed the evidence presented by both sides and rendered impartial justice. And in normal times, having been presented with overwhelming evidence of impeachable acts, the Senate would have embraced its constitutional responsibility to convict the president and remove him or her from office. But as we've learned too often over the past 3 years, these are not normal times. Instead of fulfilling its duty later today, the United States Senate will fail its test at a crucial moment of our country by voting to acquit Donald J. Trump of abuse of power and obstruction of Congress. The Senate cannot blame its constitutional failure on the House managers. They proved their case with overwhelming and compelling evidence. Manager Jerry Nadler laid out a meticulous case demonstrating how and why the president's actions rose to the constitutional standard for impeachment and removal. Manager Hakeem Jeffries explained how Donald Trump directly pressured the Ukrainian leader to commence phony political investigations as part of his effort to cheat and solicit foreign interference in the 2020 election. Manager Val Demings walked us through the evidence of how Donald Trump used $391 million of taxpayer money to pressure Ukraine to announce politically motivated investigations. She concluded, this is enough to prove extortion in court. Manager Sylvia Garcia showed us how Donald Trump's demand for investigations was purely for his personal political benefit. She debunked the conspiracy theories the president's counsel raised against former Vice President Joe Biden, Donald Trump's political rival and the true target of his corrupt scheme. Manager Jason Crow described vividly the human costs of withholding aid from Ukrainian troops fighting a hot war against Russia. Manager Adam Schiff tied together the evidence of Donald Trump's abuse of power, the most serious of impeachable offenses, and one that includes extortion and bribery. And Manager Zoe Lofgren used her extensive experience to provide perspective on Donald Trump's unprecedented, unilateral, and complete obstruction of Congress to cover up his corrupt scheme. She is the only member of Congress to be involved in 3 presidential impeachments. The president's lawyers could not refute the House's case. Instead, they ultimately resorted to the argument that even accepting the facts as presented by the House managers, Donald Trump's conduct is not impeachable. It's what I've called the he did it, so what argument. Many of my Republican colleagues are using the so what argument to justify their votes to let the president off the hook. And yet, the senior senator from Tennessee said, I think he shouldn't have done it. I think it was wrong. He said it was inappropriate and improper, crossing a line. But he refused to hold the president accountable, arguing that the voters should decide. The junior senator from Iowa said, the president has a lot of latitude to do what he wants to do, but he did it maybe in the wrong manner. She also said that whether you like what the president did or not, the charges didn't rise to the level of an impeachable offense. The junior senator from Ohio called the president's actions wrong and inappropriate, but said they did not rise to the level of removing a duly elected president from office and taking him off the ballot in the middle of an election. And the senior senator from Florida went so far as to say, just because actions meet a standard of impeachment does not mean it is in the best interest of the country to remove a president from office. By refusing to hold this president accountable, my Republican colleagues are reinforcing the president's misguided belief that he can do whatever he wants under Article 2 of the United States Constitution. Donald Trump was already a danger to this country. We've seen it in his policy decisions, from taking away health care from millions of Americans, to threatening painful cuts to Social Security and Medicare, to engaging in an all-out assault on immigrants in this country. But today, we're called on to confront a completely different type of danger, one that goes well beyond the significant policy differences I have with this president. If we let Donald Trump get away with extorting the president of another country for his own personal political benefit, the Senate will be complicit in his next corrupt scheme. Which country will he bully or invite to interfere in our elections next? Which pot of taxpayer money will he use as a bribe to further his political schemes? Later today, I will vote to convict and remove President Donald Trump for abusing his power and obstructing Congress. I am under no illusion that my Republican colleagues will do the same. They've argued it's up to the American people to decide, as though impeachment were not a totally separate constitutional remedy for a lawless president. As I considered my vote, I listened closely to Manager Schiff's closing statement about why the Senate needs to convict this president. He said, I quote, "I do not ask you to convict him because truth or right or decency matters nothing to him." He's referring to the president. "But because we have proven our case and it matters to you. Truth matters to you. Right matters to you. You are decent. He is not who you are." It's time for the Senate to uphold its constitutional responsibility by convicting this president and holding him accountable. Madam President, I yield the floor.
Madam President.
The senator from Colorado is recognized.
Thank you, Madam President. When I was in the second grade, which I did twice because I was dyslexic, so I don't know which year of the second grade it was, but one of those 2 years, we were asked to line up in order of whose family had been here the longest period of time and whose family had been here the shortest period of time. And I turned out to be the answer to both of those questions. My father's family went all the way back to the Mayflower, and my mom's family were Polish Jews who survived the Holocaust. They didn't leave Warsaw because my grandfather had a large family he didn't want to leave behind. And in the event, everybody was killed in the war except my mom, her parents, and an aunt. And they lived in Warsaw for 2 years after the war. Then they went to Stockholm for a year. They went to Mexico City for a year, of all places. And then they came to the United States, the one place in the world they could rebuild their shattered lives. And they did rebuild their shattered lives. My mom was the only person in the family who could speak any English. She registered herself in the New York City public schools. She graduated from Hunter College High School. She went on to graduate from Wellesley College in Massachusetts in one generation. My grandparents rebuilt the business they had lost during the war. And I knew from them how important this symbol of America was to people struggling all over the world. Their joy, they'd been through some of the worst events in human history, and their joy of being Americans was completely unadulterated. I've met many immigrants across this country, and I still haven't met anybody with a stronger accent than my grandparents had, and I have never met anybody who were greater patriots than they were. And they understood how important the idea of America was, not because we were perfect, exactly the opposite of that, because we were imperfect. But we lived in a free society that was able to cure its imperfections with the hard work of our citizens to make this country more democratic, more free, and more fair, a country committed to the rule of law. Nobody was above the rule of law, and nobody was treated unfairly by the law, even if you were an immigrant to this country. From my dad's example, I learned something really different. He might interest some people around here to know he was a staffer in the Senate for many years. And I actually grew up coming here on Saturday mornings, throwing paper airplanes around the hallways of the Dirksen building and the Russell building. And he worked here at a very different time in the Senate. He worked here at a time when Republicans and Democrats worked together to uphold the rule of law, to pass important legislation that was needed by the American people to move our country forward. A time when Democrats and Republicans went back home and said, I didn't get everything that I wanted, to be sure, but the 65% I did get is worth the bill that we had. And here's why the other side needed 35%. Those days are completely gone in the United States Senate. And I grieve for it. My dad passed away about a year ago. And I know how disappointed he would be about where we are. But there isn't anybody who can fix it except the 100 people that are here, and I suppose the American people for whom we ostensibly work. In the last 10 years that I've been here, Madam President, I have watched politicians come to this floor and destroy the solemn responsibility that we have, the constitutional responsibility we have to advise and consent on judicial appointment, to turn that constitutional responsibility into nothing more than a vicious partisan exercise. That hasn't been done by the American people. That wasn't done by any other generation of politicians that were in this place. It's been done by this generation of politicians, led by the senator from Kentucky, the majority leader of the Senate. We have become a body that it does nothing. We're an employment agency. That's what we are. 75% of the votes we took last year were on appointments. We voted on 26 amendments last year. 26. 26. In the world's greatest deliberative body, we passed 8 amendments in a year. Pathetic. We didn't consider any of the major issues that the American people are confronting in their lives, not a single one. 10 years of town halls with people saying to me, Michael, we are killing ourselves, and we can't afford housing, health care, higher education, or early childhood education. We cannot save. We can't live a middle-class life. We think our kids are going to live a more diminished life than we do. What does the United States Senate do? Cut taxes for rich people. We don't have time to do anything else around here. And now, when we are the only body on planet Earth charged with the responsibility of dealing with the guilt or innocence of this president, we can't even bring ourselves to have witnesses and evidence as part of a fair trial. Even when there are literally witnesses with direct knowledge of what the president did, practically banging on the door of the Senate saying, let me testify. We're too lazy for that. The reality is we're too broken for that. We are too broken for that. And we have failed in our duty to the American people. Hamilton said in Federalist 65 that in an impeachment trial, we were the inquisitors for the people, the Senate. We would be the inquisitors for the people. How can you be the inquisitors for the people when you don't even dignify the process with evidence and with witnesses? Madam President, I often have school kids come visit me here in the Senate, which I really enjoy because I used to be the superintendent of the Denver Public Schools. And when they come visit me, they very often have been on the mall, they've seen the Lincoln Memorial, they've seen the Washington Monument, they've seen the Supreme Court, this Capitol, and there's a tendency among them to believe this was all just here, that it was all just here. And of course, 230 years ago, I tell them, none of it was here. None of it was here. It was in the ideas of the founders, the people who we call the founders, who did 2 incredible things in their lifetime, in their generation, that had never been done before in human history. They wrote a constitution that would be ratified by the people who would live under it, never happened before. They would have never imagined that we would have lasted 230 years, at least until the age of Donald Trump. They led an armed insurrection against a colonial power. We call that the Revolutionary War. That succeeded too. They did something terrible in their generation that will last for the rest of our days, Madam President, and that is they perpetuated human slavery. The building we're standing in today was built by enslaved human beings because of the decisions that they made. But I tell the kids that come and visit me, there's a reason why they're not enslaved human beings in this country anymore, and that's because of people like Frederick Douglass, born a slave in the United States of America, escaped his slavery in Maryland, risked his life and limb to get to Massachusetts, and he found the abolitionist movement there. And the abolitionist movement, Madam President, had been arguing for generations that the Constitution was a pro-slavery document. And Frederick Douglass, who was completely self-taught, said to them, "You have this exactly wrong, exactly backwards, 180 degrees from the truth. The Constitution is an anti-slavery document," Frederick Douglass said, "not a pro-slavery document, but we're not living up to the words of the Constitution." It's the same thing Dr. King said the night before he was killed in Memphis when he went down there for the striking garbage workers. And he said, "I am here to make America keep the promise you wrote down on the page." And in my mind, Frederick Douglass and Dr. King are founders just as much as the people who wrote the Constitution of the United States. How could they not be? How could they not be? The women that fought to give my kids, my 3 daughters, the right to vote, who fought for 50 years to get the right to vote, mostly women in this country, they're founders just like the people who wrote the Constitution as well. And over the years that I've been here, Madam President, as I have seen this institution crumble into rubble, this institution become incapable of addressing the most existential questions of our time that the next generation cannot address. They can't fix their own school. They can't fix our immigration system. They can't fix climate change, although they're getting less and less patient with us on that issue. But what I've come to conclude is that the responsibility of all of us, not just senators, but all of us as citizens in a democratic republic, 230 years after the founding of this republic, is the responsibility of a founder. That it's that elevated a sense of what a citizen is required to do in a republic to sustain that republic. And I think that's the right way to think about it. It gives you a sense of what's really at stake beyond the headlines on the cable television at night, and certainly in the social media feeds that divide us minute to minute in our political life today. And the Senate has clearly failed that standard. We have clearly failed that standard. The idea that we would turn our back, close our eyes to evidence pounding on the outside of the doors of this Capitol is pitiful. It is disgraceful. And it will be a stain on this body for all time. More than 50% of the people in this place have said that what the president did was wrong. It clearly was wrong. It clearly was unconstitutional. It clearly was impeachable. What president would run for office saying to the American people, I'm going to try to extort a foreign power for my own electoral interest to interfere in our elections? It is exactly the kind of conduct that the impeachment clause was written for. It is a textbook case of why the impeachment clause exists. But even if you don't agree with me that he should have been convicted or that he should be convicted, I don't know how anybody in this body goes home and faces their constituents and say, we wouldn't even look at the evidence. And so I say to the American people, our democracy is very much at risk. I'm not one of those people who believes that Donald Trump is the source of all of our problems. I think he's made matters much worse, to be sure. But he is a symptom of our problem. He is a symptom of our failure to tend to the democracy, to our responsibility as founders. And if we don't begin to take that responsibility as seriously as our parents and grandparents did, people who faced much longer, much bigger challenges than we ever did. Nobody's asking us, thank God, to end human slavery. Nobody's asking us to fight for 50 years for the self-evident proposition that women should have the right to vote. We're not marching in Selma, being beaten for the self-evident prospect that all people are created equal. Nobody's asking us to climb the cliffs of Dover to fight for freedom in a war that had never touched our shores. But we are being asked to save the democracy. And we're going to fail that test today in the United States Senate. And my prayer for our country, Madam President, is that the American people won't fail that test. And I'm optimistic that we won't. We have never failed it before, and I don't think we'll fail it in our time. Madam President, I yield the floor.
Madam President. The senator from Wisconsin is recognized.
In 2012, the good people of Wisconsin elected me to work for them in the United States Senate. Like every one of my fellow senators, I took an oath of office. In 2018, I was reelected and I took that same oath. We have all taken that oath. It's not to support and defend the president, this president, or any other. Our oath is to support and defend the Constitution of the United States. That is our job every day that we come to work. And it certainly is our job here today. Just over 2 weeks ago, we all stood together right here, and we took another oath given us by Chief Justice Roberts to do impartial judgment in this impeachment trial. I have taken this responsibility very seriously. I have listened to both sides make their case. I have reviewed the evidence presented, and I have carefully considered the facts. From the beginning, I have supported a full, fair, and honest impeachment trial. A majority of this Senate has failed to allow it. I supported the release of critical evidence that was concealed by the White House. The other side of the aisle let President Trump hide it from us, and they voted to keep it a secret from the American people. I voted for testimony of relevant witnesses with direct, firsthand evidence about the president's conduct. Senate Republicans blocked witness testimony because they didn't want to be bothered with the truth. Every Senate impeachment trial in our nation's history has included witnesses, and this Senate trial should have been no different. Unfortunately, it was. A majority of the Senate has taken the unprecedented step of refusing to hear all the evidence, declining all the facts, denying the full truth about this president's corrupt abuse of power. President Trump has obstructed Congress, and this Senate will let him. Last month, President Trump's former national security advisor, John Bolton, provided an unpublished manuscript to the White House. The recent media reports about what Ambassador Bolton could have testified to had he not been blocked as a witness go to the heart of this impeachment trial: abuse of power and obstruction of Congress. As reported, in early May 2019, there was an Oval Office meeting that included President Trump, Mick Mulvaney, Pat Cipollone, Rudy Giuliani, and John Bolton. According to Mr. Bolton, the president directed him to help with his pressure campaign to solicit assistance from Ukraine, to pursue investigations that would not only benefit President Trump politically, but would act to exonerate Russia from their interference in our 2016 elections. Several weeks later, the U.S. Department of Defense certified the release of military aid to Ukraine, concluding that they had taken substantial actions to decrease corruption. This was part of the security assistance we approved in Congress, with bipartisan support to help Ukraine fight Russian aggression. However, President Trump blocked it and covered it up from Congress. On July 25th, 2019, as President Trump was withholding this support for Ukraine, he had a telephone call with Ukrainian President Zelensky. Based on a White House call summary memo that was released 2 months later, we all know the president put his own political interests ahead of our national security and the integrity of our elections. Based on the clear and convincing evidence presented in this trial, we know President Trump used American taxpayer dollars and security assistance for Ukraine to get them to interfere in our elections to help him politically. We know the president solicited assistance from Ukraine to pursue investigation of phony conspiracy theories about our 2016 U.S. election that are a part of a Russian disinformation campaign. We know the president solicited assistance from Ukraine to discredit the conclusion by American law enforcement, the U.S. intelligence community, and confirmed by a bipartisan Senate report that Russia interfered with our 2016 elections. And we know President Trump solicited foreign interference in the upcoming election by pressuring Ukraine to publicly announce investigations to help him politically. I would ask my friends to consider the fact that the Ukrainian president was pressured and prepared to go on an American cable television network to announce these political investigations. To those who are making the argument to acquit the president because to convict him would create further division in our country, I ask you to acknowledge the fact that President Trump's corrupt scheme has given Russia another opening to attack our democracy, interfere in our elections, and further divide our already divided country. We know this to be true, but the Senate is choosing to ignore the truth. As reported, just weeks after the Zelensky call, President Trump told Ambassador Bolton in August that he wanted to continue freezing $391 million in security assistance to Ukraine until they helped with the political investigations. Had Ambassador Bolton testified to these facts in this trial, it would directly contradict what the president told Senator Johnson in a phone call on August 31st, 2019, where, according to Senator Johnson, the president said, "I would never do that. Who told you that?" John Bolton not only has direct evidence that implicates President Trump in a corrupt abuse of power, he has direct evidence that President Trump lied to one of our colleagues in an attempt to cover it up. It may not matter to this Senate, but I can tell you it matters to the people of the state of Wisconsin that this president did not tell their senator the truth. Based on the facts presented to us, I refuse to join this president's cover-up, and I refuse to conclude that the president's abuse of power doesn't matter, that it's okay, and that we should just get over it. I want to recognize the courageous public servants who did what this Senate has failed to do, to put our country first. In the House impeachment inquiry, brave government servants came forward and told the truth. They put their jobs on the line, and instead of inspiring us to do our duty, to do our job, they have faced character assassination from this president, the White House, and some of my colleagues here in the Senate. It is a disgrace to this institution that they were treated as anything less than the patriots that they are. As Army Lieutenant Colonel Alexander Vindman said, "This is America. Here, right matters." My judgment is inspired by these words, and I am guided to my commitment to put country before party and our Constitution first. My vote on the president's abuse of power and obstruction of Congress is a vote to uphold my oath of office and to support and defend the Constitution. My vote is a vote to uphold the rule of law and our uniquely American principle that no one, not even the president, is above the law. I only have one of 100 votes in the U.S. Senate, And I'm afraid that the majority is putting this president above the law by not convicting him of these impeachable offenses. But let's be clear, this is not an exoneration of President Trump. It is a failure to show moral courage and hold this president accountable. Now, every American will have a power to make their own judgment. Every American gets to decide what is in our public interest. We, the people, get to choose what is in our national interest. I trust the American people. I know they will be guided by our common good and the truth. The people we work for know what the truth is, and they know in America it matters. I yield back.
Madam President.
The senator from Connecticut is recognized.
Thank you, Madam President. Madam President, it's important to remind ourselves at moments like this how unnatural and uncommon democracy really is. Just think of all the important forums in your life. Think about your workplace, your family, your favorite sports team. None of them makes decisions by democratic vote. The CEO decides how much money you're going to make, not a vote of your fellow employees. Now, you love your kids, but they don't get an equal say in household matters as mom and dad do. The plays that the Chiefs called on their game-winning drive, they weren't decided by a team vote. No, most everything in our life that matters, other than the government under which we live, is not run by democratic vote. And of course, a tiny percentage of humans, well under probably 0.1%, have lived in a democratic society over the last 1,000 years of human history. Democracy is unnatural, it's rare, it's delicate, it's fragile, and untended to, neglected, or taken for granted, it will disappear like ashes scattering into the cold night. This body, the United States Senate, was conceived by our founders to be the ultimate guardians of this brittle experiment in governance. We, the 100 of us, were given the responsibility to keep it safe from those who may deign to harm it. And when the Senate lives up to this charge, it is an awesome, inspirational sight to behold. Now, I was born 3 weeks after Alexander Butterfield revealed the existence of a taping system in the White House that likely held evidence of President Nixon's crimes. And I was born 1 week after the Senate Watergate Committee, in a bipartisan vote, ordered Nixon to turn over several key tapes. Now, my parents were Republicans. My mom still is a Republican. And over the years, they've voted for a lot of Democrats and Republicans. They raised me in the shadow of Watergate to understand that what mattered in politics wasn't really someone's party. It was whether you were honest and decent, if you were pursuing office for the right reasons. In the year I was born, this Senate watched a president betray the nation. And this Senate, both Democrats and Republicans, stood together to protect the country from this betrayal. This is exactly what our founders envisioned when they gave the Congress the massive responsibility of the impeachment power. They said use it sparingly, use it not to settle political scores, but use it when a president has strayed from the bonds of decency and propriety. The founders wanted Congress to save the country from bad men who would try to use the awesome power of the executive branch to enrich themselves or to win office illicitly. And I grew up under the belief that when those bad men presented themselves, this place had the ability to put aside party and work to protect our fragile democracy from attack. And this attack on our republic that we are debating today, left unchecked, is potentially lethal. The one sacred covenant that an American president makes with the governed is to use the massive power of the executive branch for the good of the country, not for personal, financial, or political benefit. The difference between a democracy and a tin pot dictatorship is that here we don't allow presidents to use the official levers of power to destroy political opponents. But that's exactly what President Trump did. And we all know it. Even Republicans who are going to vote to acquit him today admit that. And if you think that our endorsement through acquittal won't have an impact, then just look at Rudy Giuliani's trip to Ukraine in December, in the middle of the impeachment process. He went back looking for more dirt, and the president was ringing him up to get the details before Giuliani's plane even hit the gate. The corruption hasn't stopped. It's ongoing. And if this is the new normal, the new means by which a president can consolidate power and try to destroy political opponents, then we are no longer living in America. What happened here over the last 2 weeks is as much a corruption as Trump's scheme was. This trial was simply an extension of Trump's crimes. No documents, no witnesses, the first ever impeachment trial in the Senate without either. John Bolton practically begging to come here and tell his firsthand account of the president's corruption denied, just to make sure that voters can't hear his story in time for them to be able to pressure their senators prior to an impeachment vote. This was a show trial, a gift-wrapped present for a grateful party leader. We became complicit in the very attacks on democracy that this body is supposed to guard against. We have failed to protect the republic. And what's so interesting to me is that it's not like Republicans didn't see this moment coming. In fact, many of my colleagues across the aisle literally predicted it. Prior to the president's election, here's what Republican senators said about Donald Trump. One said, he is shallow, he is ill-prepared to be commander-in-chief. I think he's crazy. I think he's unfit for office. Another said, the man is a pathological liar. He doesn't know the difference between truth and lies. Yet another Republican senator said, what we're dealing with is a con artist. He is a con artist. Now, you can shrug this off as election year rhetoric, but no Democrat has ever said these kind of things about a candidate from our party. And prior to Trump, no Republican had said such things about candidates from their party either. The truth is, Republicans, before Trump became the head of their party, knew exactly how dangerous he was and how dangerous he would be if he won. They knew he was the archetype of that bad man that the founders intended the Senate to protect democracy from. But today, that responsibility seems to no longer retain a position of primacy in this body. Today, the rule of law doesn't seem to come first. Today, our commitment to upholding decency and truth and honor is not the priority. Today, in the modern Senate, all that seems to matter is party. What is different about this impeachment is not that Democrats have chosen to make it partisan. It is that Republicans have chosen to excuse their party's president's conduct in a way that they would not have done and did not do 45 years ago. That's what makes this moment exceptional. Now, Congressman Schiff rightly challenged Democrats in his closing argument to think about what we would do if a president of our party ever committed the same kind of offense that Donald Trump has. I think it was a very wise query, and one that we as Democrats should not be so quick on the trigger to answer self-righteously. Would we have the courage to stand up to our base, to our political supporters, to vote to remove a Democratic president who had chosen to trade away the safety of the nation for political help? It would not be easy. No, the easy thing to do would be to just do what's happening today, to box our ears, close our eyes, and just hope the corruption goes away. And so I've thought a lot about this question over these past 2 days, and I've come to the conclusion that, at least for me, I would hold the Democrat to the same standard. I would vote to remove. But I admit to some level of doubt, and I think that I need to be honest about that, because the pressures today to put party first are real on both sides of the aisle, and they are much more acute today than they were during Watergate. It's with that reality as context that I prepare to vote today. I believe that the president's crimes are worthy of removal. I will vote to convict on both articles of impeachment. But I know that something is rotten in the state of Denmark. Ours is an institution built to put country above party. And today, we are doing often the opposite. I believe within the cult of personality that has become the Trump presidency, the disease is more acute and more perilous to the nation's health on the Republican side of the ledger. But I admit that this affliction has spread to all corners of this chamber. If we are to survive as a democracy, a fragile, delicate, constantly in need of tending democracy, then this Senate needs to figure out a way after today to reorder our incentive system and recalibrate our faiths so that the health of one party never, ever again comes before the health of our nation. I yield back.
President.
Senator from Utah.
Thank you, Mr. President. The Constitution is at the foundation of our republic's success, and we each strive not to lose sight of our promise to defend it. The Constitution established the vehicle of impeachment that has occupied both houses of our Congress these many days. We have labored to faithfully execute our responsibilities to it. We have arrived at different judgments, but I hope we respect each other's good faith. The allegations made in the articles of impeachment are very serious. As a senator juror, I swore an oath before God to exercise impartial justice. I am profoundly religious. My faith is at the heart of who I am. I take an oath before God as enormously consequential. I knew from the outset that being tasked with judging the president, the leader of my own party, would be the most difficult decision I have ever faced. I was not wrong. The House managers presented evidence supporting their case, and the White House counsel disputed that case. In addition, the president's team presented 3 defenses. First, that there could be no impeachment without a statutory crime. Second, that the Biden's conduct justified the president's actions. And third, that the judgment of the president's actions should be left to the voters. Let me first address those 3 defenses. The historic meaning of the words high crimes and misdemeanors, the writings of the founders, and my own reasoned judgment convinced me that a president can indeed commit acts against the public trust that are so egregious that while they are not statutory crimes, they would demand removal from office. To maintain that the lack of a codified and comprehensive list of all the outrageous acts that a president might conceivably commit renders Congress powerless to remove such a president defies reason. The President's counsel also notes that Vice President Biden appeared to have a conflict of interest when he undertook an effort to remove the Ukrainian prosecutor general. If he knew of the exorbitant compensation his son was receiving from a company actually under investigation, the vice president should have recused himself. While ignoring a conflict of interest is not a crime, it is surely very wrong. With regards to Hunter Biden, taking excessive advantage of his father's name is unsavory, but also not a crime. Given that in neither the case of the father nor the son was any evidence presented by the president's counsel that a crime had been committed, the president's insistence that they be investigated by the Ukrainians is hard to explain other than as a political pursuit. There's no question in my mind that were their names not Biden, the president would never have done what he did. The defense argues that the Senate should leave the impeachment decision to the voters. While that logic is appealing to our democratic instincts, it is inconsistent with the Constitution's requirement that the Senate, not the voters, try the president. Hamilton explained that the founders' decision to invest senators with this obligation rather than leave it to the voters was intended to minimize, to the extent possible, the partisan sentiments of the public at large. So the verdict is ours to render under our Constitution. The people will judge us for how well and faithfully we fulfill our duty. The grave question the Constitution tasks senators to answer is whether the president committed an act so extreme and egregious that it rises to the level of a high crime and misdemeanor. Yes, he did. The president asked a foreign government to investigate his political rival. The president withheld vital military funds from that government to press it to do so. The president delayed funds for an American ally at war with Russian invaders. The president's purpose was personal and political. Accordingly, the president is guilty of an appalling abuse of public trust. What he did was not perfect. No, it was a flagrant assault on our electoral rights, our national security, and our fundamental values. Corrupting an election to keep oneself in office is perhaps the most abusive and destructive violation of one's oath of office that I can imagine. In the last several weeks, I've received numerous calls and texts. Many demanded in their words that I stand with the team. I can assure you that that thought has been very much on my mind. You see, I support a great deal of what the president has done. I voted with him 80% of the time. But my promise before God to apply impartial justice required that I put my personal feelings and political biases aside. Were I to ignore the evidence that has been presented and disregard what I believe my oath and the Constitution demands of me for the sake of a partisan end, it would, I fear, expose my character to history's rebuke and the censure of my own conscience. I'm aware that there are people in my party and in my state who will strenuously disapprove of my decision, and in some quarters I will be vehemently denounced. I'm sure to hear abuse from the president and his supporters. Does anyone seriously believe that I would consent to these consequences other than from an inescapable conviction that my oath before God demanded it of me? I sought to hear testimony from John Bolton, not only because I believed he could add context to the charges, but also because I hoped that what he might say could raise reasonable doubt and thus remove from me the awful obligation to vote for impeachment. Like each member of this deliberative body, I love our country. I believe that our Constitution was inspired by Providence. I'm convinced that freedom itself is dependent on the strength and vitality of our national character. As it is with each senator, my vote is an act of conviction. We've come to different conclusions, fellow senators, but I trust we have all followed the dictates of our conscience. I acknowledge that my verdict will not remove the president from office. The results of this Senate court will in fact be appealed to a higher court, the judgment of the American people. Voters will make the final decision, just as the president's lawyers have implored. My vote will likely be in the minority in the Senate. But irrespective of these things, with my vote, I will tell my children and their children that I did my duty to the best of my ability, believing that my country expected it of me. I will only be one name among many, no more, no less, to future generations of Americans who look at the record of this trial. They will note merely that I was among the senators who determined that what the president did was wrong, grievously wrong. We are all footnotes at best in the annals of history, but in the most powerful nation on earth, the nation conceived in liberty and justice, that distinction is enough for any citizen. Thank you, Mr. President. I yield the floor.
Mr. President. Senator from South Carolina.
Thank you, Mr. President. Over the past few weeks, we've heard a lot of arguments, accusations, and anecdotes. Some very skilled speakers on both sides have presented their case both for and against impeachment. I listened intently, hour after hour, day after day, to the House managers and the president's lawyers. And the word that kept coming to me, that I kept writing down in my notes, was fairness. Because you see, here in America, you are innocent until proven guilty. As the president's defense team noted, at the foundation of those authentic forms of justice is fundamental fairness. It's playing by the rules. It's why we don't allow deflated footballs or stealing signs from the field. Rules are rules. They're there to be followed. You can create all the rhetorical imagery in the world, but without the facts to prove guilt, it doesn't mean a thing. They can say the president cannot be trusted, but without proving why he can't be trusted, their words are just empty political attacks. You can speak of David versus Goliath, but if you were the one trying to subvert the presumption of innocence, if you are the one to will facts into existence, you are not David. You have become Goliath. Our job here in the Senate is to ensure a fair trial based on the evidence gathered by the House. I've been accused, as have many of my colleagues, of not wanting that fair trial. The exact opposite is true. We have ensured a fair trial in the Senate after House Democrats abuse historical precedents in their zeal to impeach a president they simply do not like. During prior impeachment proceedings in the last 50 years, lasting around 75 days or so in the House, the opposing party has allowed witnesses and the ability to cross-examine. This time, House Republicans were locked out of the first 71 of 78 days. Let me say that differently. The ability to cross-examine the witnesses that are coming before the House against the president, the House Republicans were not allowed. The president's team was not allowed to cross-examine those witnesses. The ability to contradict and or to cross-examine or have a conversation about the evidence at the foundation of the trial, White House counsel, Republicans, not allowed. Think about the concept of due process. The House Republicans, the president's team, not allowed 71 of 78 days in the House. This is not a fair process. Does that sound fair to you? Democrats began talking about impeachment within months of President Trump's election and have made it clear that their number one goal, perhaps their only goal, has been to remove him from office. Does that sound fair to you? They've said, we're going to impeach, use an expletive. They've said, we have to impeach him, otherwise he's going to win the election. Now that might be the transparency we've been looking for in this process. The real root or the foundation of why we found ourselves here for 60 hours of testimony. It might be because, as they said themselves, if we don't impeach him, he might just win. What an amazing thought that the American people and not members of Congress would decide the presidency of the United States. What a novel concept that the House managers and Congress would not remove his name from the ballot in 2020, but we would allow the American people to decide the fate of this president and of the presidency. They don't get it. They don't understand that the American people should be and are the final arbiters of what happens. They want to make not only the president vulnerable, but they want to make Republican senators vulnerable so that they can control the majority in the United States Senate. Because the facts are not winning for them. The facts are winning for us. Because when you look at the facts, they're not their facts and our facts. They are just the facts. But what I've learned from watching the House managers, very convincing they were for the first day. And after that, what we realized was some facts mixed with a little fiction led to 100% deception. You cannot mix facts and fiction without having the premise of deceiving the American public. And that's what we saw here in our chambers. And why is that the case? Well, it's simple. When you look at the facts of this presidency, you come to a few conclusions that are, in fact, indisputable. One of those conclusions is that our economy is booming. And it's not simply booming from the top. It's actually, when you start looking into the crosstabs, as I like to say, what you find is that the bottom 20% are seeing increases that the top 20% are not seeing. So this economy is working for the most vulnerable Americans, and that's challenging to our friends on the other side. When you think about the fact that the Opportunity Zone legislation supported by this president is bringing $67 billion of private sector dollars into the most vulnerable communities, that is challenging to the other side. But those two are facts. When you think about the essence of criminal justice reform and making communities safer and having a fairer justice system for those who are incarcerated, that is challenging to the other side. But it is indeed a fact driven home by the Republican Party and President Donald John Trump. And these facts do have consequences, just like elections. And our friends on the other side, unfortunately, decided that if they could not beat them at the poll, give Congress an opportunity to, in fact, impeach the president. My friends on the left simply don't want a fair process. This process has lacked fairness. Instead, they paint their efforts as fighting on behalf of democracy, when in fact they are just working on behalf of Democrats. That's not fair. It's not what the American people deserve. House managers said over and over again, the Senate had to protect our nation's free and fair elections, but they are seeking to overturn a fairly won election with absurd charges. The House manager said over and over again that the Senate has to allow new witnesses so as to make the Senate trial fair. But they didn't bother with the notion of fairness when they were in charge in the House. Their notion of fairness is to give the prosecution do-overs and extra latitude, but not the defendant. Actions speak louder than words, and Democrat actions have said all we need to hear. Let's vote no on these motions today and get back to working for the American people.
Senator from Maryland, South, Delaware, sorry.
Mr. President, the last time this body, the last time the Senate debated the fate of a presidency in the context of impeachment, the legendary senator from West Virginia, Robert Byrd, rose and said, "I think my country sinks beneath the yoke. It weeps, it bleeds, and each new day a gash is added to her wounds." Our country today, as then, is in pain. We are deeply divided. And most days, it seems to me that we here are the ones wielding the shiv, not the salve. The founders gave this Senate the sole power to try impeachment because, as Alexander Hamilton wrote, where else than in the Senate could have been found a tribunal sufficiently dignified or sufficiently independent? I wish I could say with confidence that we here have lived up to the faith our founders entrusted in us. Unfortunately, I fear in this impeachment trial, the Senate has failed, an historic test of our ability to put country over party. Foreign interference in our democracy has posed a grave threat to our nation since its very founding. James Madison wrote that impeachment was an indispensable check against a president who would betray his trust to foreign powers. The threat of foreign interference remains grave and real to this day. It is indisputable that Russia attacked our 2016 election, interfered in it broadly, and President Trump's own FBI director and director of national intelligence have warned us they are intent on interfering in our election this coming fall. So to my Republican colleagues, I have frankly found it difficult to understand why you would continue to so fervently support a president who has repeatedly and publicly invited foreign interference in our elections. During his 2016 campaign, Donald Trump looked straight into the cameras at a press conference and said, and I quote, "Russia, if you're listening, I hope you're able to find Secretary Clinton's 30,000 emails." We now know with certainty that Russian military intelligence hackers first attempted to break into Secretary Clinton's office servers for the first time that very day. Throughout his campaign, President Trump praised the publication of emails that Russian hackers had stolen from his political opponent, and he mercilessly attacked former FBI Director Robert Mueller throughout his investigation into the 2016 election and allegations of Russian interference. Now we know, following this trial, that the day after Special Counsel Mueller testified about his investigation to this Congress, President Trump, on a phone call with the president of Ukraine, asked for a favor. He asked President Zelensky to announce an investigation of his chief political rival, former Vice President Joe Biden. And he asked for an investigation into a Russian conspiracy theory about that DNC server. In the weeks and the months since, he has repeated that Ukraine should investigate his political opponents and that China should as well. During the trial here, after the House managers and President's counsel made their presentation, senators had the opportunity to ask questions. I asked a question of the President's lawyers about a sentence in their own trial brief, one that stated, quote, "Congress has forbidden foreigners' involvement in American elections." I simply asked whether the President's own attorneys believe their client, President Trump, agrees with that statement, and they refused to confirm that he does. And how could they, when he has repeatedly invited and solicited foreign interference in our elections? So to my colleagues, do you doubt that President Trump did what he's accused of? Do you doubt he would do it again? Do you think for even one moment he would refuse the help of foreign agents to smear any one of us if he thought it was in his best political interests? And I have to ask, what becomes of our democracy when elections become a no-holds-barred blood sport, when our foreign adversaries become our allies, and when Americans of the opposing party become our enemies? Throughout this trial, I have listened to the arguments of the House managers prosecuting the case against President Trump and of the arguments of counsel defending the president. I engaged with colleagues on both sides of the aisle and listened to their positions. The President's counsel have warned us of danger in partisan impeachments. They've cautioned that abuse of power the first article, is a difficult standard to define. They've expressed deep concern about an impeachment conducted on the brink of our next presidential election. I understand those concerns and even share some of them. The House managers, in turn, warned us that our president has demonstrated a perilous willingness to seek foreign interference in our elections and presented significant evidence that the president withheld foreign aid from a vulnerable ally not to serve our national interest, but to attack a political opponent. And they demonstrated the president has categorically obstructed congressional investigations to cover up his misconduct. These are serious dangers, too. We then are faced with a choice between serious and significant dangers. And after listening closely to the evidence, weighing the arguments, and reflecting on my constitutional responsibility and my oath to do impartial justice, I have decided today I will vote guilty on both articles. I recognize that many of my colleagues have made up their minds. No matter what decision you've reached, I think it is a sad day for our country. I myself have never been on a crusade to impeach Donald Trump, as has been alleged against all Democrats. I've sought ways to work across the aisle with his administration. But in the years that have followed his election, I've increasingly become convinced our president is not just unconventional, not just testing the boundaries of our norms and traditions. He is at times unmoored. Throughout this trial, I've heard from Delawareans who are frustrated the Senate refused to hear from witnesses or subpoena documents needed to uncover all the facts about the president's misconduct. I've heard from Delawareans who fear our president believes he's above the law and that he acts as if he is the law. I've also heard from Delawareans who just want us to find a way to work together. It is my sincere regret that with all the time we've spent together, we could not find common ground at all. From the opening resolution that set the procedures for trial, adopted on a party line basis, Majority Leader refused all attempts to make this a more open, more fair process. Every Democrat was willing to have Chief Justice Roberts rule on motions to subpoena relevant witnesses and documents. Every member of the opposing party refused. We could not even forge a consensus to call a single witness who has said he has firsthand evidence, is willing to testify, and was even preparing to appear before us. Mr. President, when an impeachment trial becomes meaningless, we are damaged and weakened as a body, and our Constitution suffers in ways not easily repaired. We have a president who hasn't turned over a single scrap of paper in an impeachment investigation, unlike Presidents Nixon and Clinton before him, who directed their senior advisors and cabinet officials to cooperate. President Trump stonewalled every step of this Congress's impeachment inquiry, and then personally attacked those who cooperated. The people who testified to the House of Representatives, in spite of the president's orders, are dedicated public servants and deserve our thanks, not condemnation. Where do we go from here? Well, after President Clinton's impeachment trial, he said, and I quote, "This can be and must be a time of reconciliation and renewal for our country," and he apologized for the harm he'd done to our nation. When President Nixon announced his resignation, he said, "The first essential is to begin healing the wounds of this nation." I wish President Trump would use this moment to bring our country together, to assure us he would work to make the 2020 election a fair contest, that he would tell Russia and China to stay out of our elections, that he would tell the American people, whomever his opponent might be, the fight will be between candidates, not families, and that if he loses, he will leave peacefully in a dignified manner, and that if he wins, he will work tirelessly to be the president for all people. But at this point, some might suggest it would be hopelessly naive to expect of President Trump that he would apologize or strive to heal our country or do the important work of safeguarding our next election, and so that falls to us, to my colleagues who've concluded impeachment is too heavy a hammer to wield. If you believe the American people should decide the fate of this president in the next election, what will you do to protect our democracy? What will you do to ensure the American people learn the truth of what happened so that they can cast informed votes? Will you co-sponsor bills to secure our elections? Will you insist they receive votes on this floor? Will you express support for the intelligence community that is working to keep our country safe? Will you ensure whistleblowers who expose corruption are protected, not vilified? Will you press this administration to cooperate with investigations, to allow meaningful accommodations so that Congress can have its power of oversight? Why can we not do this together? Each day of this trial, we said the Pledge of Allegiance to our common nation. For my Republican friends who've concluded the voters should decide President Trump's fate, we need to do more together to make that possible. And many of my Democratic friends I know are poised to do their very best to defeat President Trump at the ballot box. So here is my plea, that we would find ways to work together to defend our democracy and safeguard our next election. We have spent more time together here in the last few weeks than in the last few years. Imagine if we dedicated that same time to passing the dozens of bipartisan bills that have come over from the House that are waiting action. Imagine what we could accomplish for our states and our country if we actually tackled the challenges of affordable health care and ending the opioid crisis, of making our schools and communities safer and bridging our profound disagreements. What fills me with dread to my colleagues is that each day we come to this floor and talk past each other, not to each other, and fail to help our constituents. Let me close by paraphrasing our chaplain, Chaplain Black, whose daily prayers brought me great strength in recent weeks. May we work together to bring peace and unity. May we permit godliness to make us bold as lions. May we see a clear vision of our Lord's desires for our nation. And remember, we borrow our heartbeats from our Creator each day. Thank you, Mr. President. I ask unanimous consent my statement be printed in the trial record.
Without objection.
Mr. President.
Senator from Colorado.
Thank you, Mr. President. Over the last several months, last several weeks, the American people have watched Washington convulse in partisan accusations, investigations, and endless acrimony. That division reached its high watermark as the United States Senate carried out the third presidential impeachment trial in our nation's history. We saw over the last 2 weeks an impeachment process that included the testimony of 17 witnesses, more than 100 hours of testimony, and tens of thousands of pages of evidence, records, and documents, which I successfully fought to make part of the record. I fought hard to extend the duration of testimony to ensure that each side could be heard over 6 days instead of just 4. But what we did not see over the last 2 weeks was a conclusive reason to remove the President of the United States, an act which would nullify the 2016 election and rob roughly half the country of their preferred candidate for the 2020 election. House managers repeatedly stated that they had established overwhelming evidence and an airtight case to remove the president. Yet they also repeatedly claimed they needed additional investigation and testimony. A case cannot be both overwhelming and airtight and yet incomplete at the same time. That contradiction is not mere semantics. In their partisan race to impeach, the House failed to do the fundamental work required to prove its case, to meet the heavy burden. For the Senate to ignore this deficiency and conduct its own investigation would weaponize the impeachment power. A House majority could simply short-circuit an investigation, impeach, and demand the Senate complete the House's work, what they were asking us to do. The founders were concerned about this very point. Alexander Hamilton wrote regarding impeachments, and I quote, "There will always be the greatest danger that the decision will be regulated more by the comparative strength of parties than by real demonstrations of innocence or guilt." More recently, Congressman Jerry Nadler, one of the House managers in the trial, said, "There must never be a narrowly voted impeachment or an impeachment substantially supported by one of our major political parties and largely opposed by the other. Such an impeachment will lack legitimacy." Last March, Speaker Nancy Pelosi said, "Impeachment is so divisive to the country that unless there's something so compelling and overwhelming and bipartisan, I don't think we should go down that path because it divides the country." The framers knew that partisan impeachments could lead to impeachments over policy disagreements. Legal scholars like Charles Black have written that policy differences are not grounds for impeachment. But policy differences about corruption and the proper use of tax dollars are at the very heart of this impeachment. Nevertheless, that disagreement led the House to deploy this most serious of constitutional remedies. The reason the framers were concerned about partisan or policy impeachments was their concern for the American people. Removing a president disenfranchises the American people. For a Senate of only 100 people, to do that requires a genuine bipartisan national consensus. Here, especially only 9 months before an election, I cannot pretend the people will accept this body removing a president who received nearly 63 million votes without meeting that high burden. The House manager's other argument to remove the president, obstruction of Congress, is an affront to the Constitution. The framers created a system of government in which the legislative, executive, and judiciary are evenly balanced. The framers consciously diluted each branch's power, making all three separate but equal, empowered to check each other. The obstruction charge assumes the House is superior to the executive branch. In their zeal, the House managers would disempower the judiciary and demand that the House's interpretation of the sole power of impeachment be accepted by the Senate and the other branches without question. They claim no constitutional privilege exists to protect the executive branch against the legislature seeking impeachment. They go further and claim that a single justice exercising the Senate's sole power to try impeachments can actually strip the executive of its constitutional protections with a simple decree. In Federalist 78, Hamilton wrote, "Liberty can have nothing to fear from the judiciary alone, but would have everything to fear from its union with either of the other departments." If the House managers prevail, the House would have destroyed our constitutional balance, declaring itself the arbiter of constitutional rights, and conscripting the Chief Justice to do it. To be clear, the executive branch is not immune from legislative oversight or impeachment and trial, but that cannot come at the expense of constitutional rights, certainly not without input from the judiciary. After all, since Marbury versus Madison, it is emphatically the duty of the judicial department to say what the law is. Without this separation, nothing stops the House from seeking privileged information under the guise of an impeachment inquiry. But the House managers say that no matter how flimsy the House's case, if the executive tries to protect that information constitutionally, that itself is an impeachable offense. That dangerous precedent would weaken the stability of government, constantly threatening the president with removal and setting the stage for a constitutional crisis without recourse to the courts. With this precedent set, the separation of powers would simply cease to exist. Over the 244 year history of our country, no president has been removed from office. The first presidential impeachment occurred in 1868. The next was more than 100 years later. Now, 50% of presidents have been impeached in the last 25 years alone. A tool so rarely used in the past is now being used more frequently. It's a dangerous development, and the Senate stands as the safeguard as passions grow even more heated. These defective articles and the defective process leading to them allow the House to muddy things and claim we're setting a destructive precedent for the future. Of course, bad cases make bad law. The House's decision to short-circuit the investigation, moving faster than any presidential impeachment and a wholly partisan one at that, certainly makes for a bad case. So again, let me be clear about what this precedent does not do. At the outset, this case does not set the precedent that a president can do anything as long as he believes it to be in his electoral interests. I also reject the claim that impeachment requires criminal conduct. Rather, this shows first that House committees cannot simply assume the impeachment power to compel evidence without express authority from the full body and corresponding political accountability. Second, the House should work in good faith with the executive through the accommodation process. If that process reaches an impasse, the House should seek the assistance of the judicial branch before turning to impeachment. Finally, when articles of impeachment come to the Senate along partisan lines, when nearly half of the people appear unmoved and maintain adamant support for the president, and when the country is just months away from an election, in these circumstances, the American people would likely not accept removing the president, and the Senate can wisely decline to usurp the people's power to elect their own president. It has been said in this trial that the American people cannot make that decision for themselves. I couldn't disagree more. I believe in the American people. I believe in the power of our people to evaluate the president, to make their decision in November, and to move forward in our enduring effort to form a more perfect union. I do not believe a Senate nullification of 2 elections over defective impeachment articles is in the nation's best interest. So let's move forward with the people's business and bring this nation back together. Let's rise up together, not fight each other. Not all of us voted for President Trump. Not all of us voted for the last president or the one before him. Yet we should work to make our nation successful regardless of partisan passions. Passion positively placed will provide our nation with the prosperity it has always been blessed with. Partisan poison will prove devastating to our nation's long-term prosperity. We must not allow our fractures to destroy our national fabric or partisanship to destroy our friendships. If we come together, we will succeed together. For surely we are bound together in this, the great United States of America. Mr. President, I ask that this be included in the trial record and yield the floor.
Mr. President, today we face a crucial test, whether the Senate will rise to serve as a check on executive abuses that our founders expected it to be. But today and throughout this trial, I'm sad to say we're failing this test. After we've been confronted with overwhelming evidence of a brazen abuse of executive power, and an equally brazen attempt to keep that scheme hidden from Congress and the American people, the Senate is poised to look the other way, to pretend the Senate has no responsibility to reveal the president's misconduct and, God forbid, hold him to account. Instead, we are being told the Senate has no constitutional role to play. We're told only the American people should judge the president's misconduct in the next election. This, despite the fact the president's scheme was aimed at cheating in that very next election. And now the Senate is cementing a cover-up of the president's misconduct to keep its extent hidden from the American people. I've been here 45 years, and I think how far the Senate has fallen. In some ways, President Nixon's misconduct, directing a break-in of the Democratic National Committee headquarters to benefit himself politically, that seems quaint compared to today. As charged in Article 1, President Trump secretly directed a sweeping illegal scheme to withhold $400 million in military aid from an ally at war in order to extort that ally into announcing investigations of his political opponent in a way that would boost President Trump's reelection. And then, instead of hiding secret records, as President Nixon did, President Trump attempted to hide every single record from the American people. As reflected in Article 2, President Trump has the distinction of being the only president in our nation's history to direct all executive branch officials not to cooperate with a congressional investigation. So I want to be clear. I don't relish the prospect of an impeachment trial. I have stark disagreements with this president on issues of policy, on the law, on morality and honesty. But it's for the American people to judge a president on those matters. Today is not about policy differences. It's about the integrity of our elections and the Constitution. The Constitution cannot protect itself. We're supposed to protect it. The central arguments presented by the President's defense team were stunning, not unlike King Louis XIV of France, who famously declared, "I am the state." The President argues he can abuse his power to benefit his reelection so long as he believes his reelection is in the national interest. He even argues that he can request foreign governments to dig up dirt on political opponents with impunity. All of us in the Senate should flatly reject the President's argument, but an acquittal today will do just the opposite. If you believe that these outlandish arguments are irrelevant after today, remember this. The President's counsel's claim that abuse of power is not impeachable is largely and mistakenly based on the arguments of another counsel, Justice Benjamin Curtis, defending another president, President Johnson. That was 150 years ago. An acquittal today, despite the overwhelming evidence of guilt and following a sham of a trial, may fundamentally distort our systems and checks and balances for another 150 years. And what a sham trial it was. The fact that this body would not call a uniquely critical witness, John Bolton, or any other one, is beyond outrageous. And why? Is it because testimony detailing this corrupt scheme, no matter how damning, would not alter the majority leader's preordained acquittal? It's often said that history is watching. And I expect that's true. But this moment, we're not merely witnesses to history, we're writing it. And let me describe the dark chapters we're inscribing in the story of our republic today. His farewell address, George Washington warned us that foreign influence is one of the most painful foes of Republican government. Yet as a candidate, President Trump famously requested our foreign foe, Russia, to hack his political opponent's emails. And hours later, of course, Russia did. And literally the day after that saga finally came to a close, the president asked the Ukrainian president for, quote, a favor. He has since publicly repeated his request for Ukraine to interfere in our election. He made the same request to China. If we acquit President Trump today, what will he do tomorrow? Well, two things I'm confident of. President Trump's willingness to abuse his office, his eagerness to exploit foreign interference in our elections will only grow, and Congress's capacity to do anything about it will be crippled. While the president's lawyers stood on the Senate floor and admonished the House managers for failing to litigate each subpoena in court to exhaustion, he had other lawyers in court making the mutually exclusive argument that Article III courts have no jurisdiction to settle disputes between our two branches. Such duplicity would put the two-faced Roman God Janus to shame. But crucially, with this vote today, we inflict grave damage on our power of the purse. I see the chairman of the Appropriations Committee on the floor. I'm the vice chairman of Appropriations, and members of this committee are the guardians of this body's power of the purse, granted exclusively to Congress by the founders to counter all the overgrown prerogatives of the other branches. If we fail to hold President Trump accountable for illegally freezing military aid to extract a personal favor, what would stop any future president from holding any part of the $4.7 trillion budget hostage to their personal whims? And the answer is nothing. We will have relinquished the very check that the founders had trusted us to ensure the president could never behave like a king. Decades ago, I questioned whether impeachment would be accepted if not bipartisan. But the argument, the other side has revealed itself to be painfully flawed. In 1974, Republicans ultimately convinced President Nixon to resign. In 1999, Democrats condemned President Clinton's private misconduct and supported a censure. In contrast, with one important exception, President Trump's supporters have thus far shown no limits in their tolerance of overwhelming misconduct. Before I close, I want to thank the brave individuals who shared their testimony with the House and American people. Each witness stepped forward despite knowing the disgraceful attacks they would endure, and we owe them our appreciation. They actually give us hope for tomorrow, but today's a dark day. And what frightens me most is this: we are currently on a dangerous road. No one knows where that road's going to take us. The notion that the president has learned his lesson is farcical. His lead counsel opened and closed the trial by claiming the president did nothing wrong. The president described his actions as perfect. On 75 separate occasions, including yesterday, he's claimed he's done nothing wrong. Well, Lord help us if the Senate agrees, because the only lesson the president has learned from this trial is how easily he can get away with egregious, illegal misconduct. The Senate does not recognize the gravity of President Trump's violation of the public trust, as Hamilton defined an impeachable offense, and vote to hold him accountable. We've only seen a preview of what will come: foreign interference in our elections, total noncompliance with congressional oversight, disregard of our constitutional power of the purse, open, flagrant corruption. That's the tragic result of the Senate failing in its constitutional duty. We'll leave President Trump sacred and inviolable, and with no constitutional tribunal to which he's amenable, no punishment to which he can be subjected without involving the crises of a national revolution. I quote Hamilton, and as Hamilton warned, that would not be a president, that would be a king. I'm proud to live in a country that likes presidents, not kings. And I, for one, will not merely get over it. President Trump directed the most impeachable, corrupt scheme by any president in this country's history to protect our republic, to safeguard our system of checks and balances. My oath, which I take seriously, compels me to hold the President of the United States accountable. I will vote to convict and remove President Donald J. Trump from office. And Mr. President, before yielding the floor, I ask my full statement and my January 31 statement regarding the vote on witnesses be included in the trial record.
Without objection.
Mr. President.
The senator from Alabama.
Mr. President, over the past 2 weeks, my colleagues and I have patiently listened to arguments from both the House managers and the President's counsel right here in the Senate regarding a grave allegation from the House that the President has committed an act worthy of impeachment. As a senator, Mr. President, I believe that the first and perhaps most important consideration is whether abuse of power and obstruction of Congress are impeachable offenses, as asserted by our House managers. Impeachment is a necessary and essential component of our Constitution. It serves as an important check on civil officers who commit crimes against the United States. However, our founding fathers were wise to ensure that the impeachment and the conviction of a sitting president would not be of partisan intent. Since President Trump took office, many have sought to delegitimize his presidency with partisan attacks. We've heard this right here in the Senate, and we've experienced it. This extreme effort to unseat the president, I believe, is unjustified and intolerable. Now that the Senate has heard and studied the arguments from both sides, I believe the lack of merit in the House manager's case is evident. The outcome of the impeachment trial is a foregone conclusion. Acquittal is the judgment the Senate should and I believe will render, and soon. For my part, I have weighed the House manager's case and found it wanting in fundamental aspects. I will try to explain. I believe, Mr. President, that their case does not allege an impeachable offense. Even if the facts are as they have stated, the managers have failed, I believe, as a matter of constitutional law to meet the exceedingly high bar for removal of the president as established by our founding fathers, the framers of the Constitution. In their wisdom, the framers rejected vague grounds for impeachment, offensive like we've heard here, maladministration, for fear that it would, in the words of Madison, result in a presidential tenure during the pleasure of the Senate. Abuse of power, one of the charges put forward here by the House managers, is a concept as vague and susceptible to abuse, I believe, as maladministration. If you take just a minute or two to look at the definitions of abuse and mal, they draw distinct similarities. Mal, a prefix of Latin origin, means bad, evil, wrong. Abuse, also of Latin origin, means to wrongly use or to use for a bad effect. There's a kinship between mal and abuse. As the framers rejected, in their wisdom, maladministration, I believe that they too would reject the non-criminal abuse of power. Instead, the framers, as the presiding officer knows, the framers provided for impeachment only in a few limited cases: treason, bribery, and high crimes and misdemeanors. Only those offensive justified taking the dire step of removing a duly elected president from office and permanently taking his name off the ballot. This institution, the U.S. Senate, I believe, should not lower the constitutional bar and authorize their theory of impeachment for abuse of power. Is simply not an impeachable offense, in my judgment. Their criteria for removal centers not on the president's actions, but on their loose perception of his motivations. If the Senate endorses this approach, we will dramatically transform the impeachment power as we have known it over the years. We will forever turn this grave constitutional power into a tool for adjudicating policy disputes and political disagreements among all of us. The framers, in their wisdom, cautioned us against this dangerous path, and I believe the Senate will heed their warning. The other article, the House manager's obstruction of Congress claim, is similarly flawed. Congress's investigative and oversight powers are critical tools, and we use them in ensuring our system of checks and balances. But those powers are not absolute. The president, too, as head of a co-equal branch of government, enjoys certain privileges and immunities from congressional fact-finding. That is his constitutional right and has been the right of former presidents from both parties. The president's mere assertion of privileges and immunities is not impeachable. It's not an impeachable offense. Endorsing otherwise would be unprecedented and would ignore the past practices of administrations of both parties. Adopting otherwise would drastically undermine the separation of powers enshrined in our Constitution. This was not what our framers intended. Mr. President, nowhere in the Constitution, as you know, or in the federal statute is abuse of power or obstruction of Congress listed as a crime. Nowhere. What constitutes an impeachable offense is not left to the discretion of the Congress. We cannot expand, I believe, on the scope of actions that could be deemed impeachable beyond that which the framers intended. What we really have here, I believe, is nothing more than the abuse of the power of impeachment itself by the Democratic House. Doesn't our country deserve better? The president certainly deserves better. And today I'm proud to stand and repudiate those very weak impeachment efforts, and I will accordingly vote to acquit the president on both sides, both articles. Mr. President, my hope is that in the future Congress will reject this episode and instead choose to be guided by the Constitution and the words of our framers. Mr. President, basically I believe it's a time to move on. We know that the American economy is booming. The United States is projecting strength and promoting peace abroad. And the President is unbowed. And I believe the American people see all of this. At the end of the day, Mr. President, the ultimate judgment rests in their hands. In my judgment, that is just as it should be. With that, I yield the floor.
Mr. President.
The Assistant Democratic Leader.
Mr. President, Benjamin Franklin knew the strength of our Constitution, but he also knew its vulnerability. His words, oft repeated on this floor, "A republic, if you can keep it," were a stark warning. Franklin believed every generation could face the challenge of protecting and defending our nation's liberty-affirming document. We know this personally. Before we can legally serve as senators, we must publicly swear an oath to support and defend the Constitution of the United States. A trial of impeachment, more than any other Senate assignment, tests the oath each one of us takes before the people of this nation. The President's legal team warns us of the danger of impeachment and conviction. They tell us to think carefully about what the removal of a duly elected president could mean for our democracy. But if we should have our eyes wide open to the danger of conviction, we also cannot ignore the danger of acquittal. The facts of this impeachment are well known, and many Republicans concede that they are likely true. They believe, as I do, that President Trump pressured the Ukrainian president by withholding vital military aid and a prized White House visit in return for the announcement of an investigation of the Bidens and the Russian-concocted CrowdStrike fantasy. Some of these same Republicans acknowledge that what the president did was inappropriate. At least one has used the word impeachable, but many say they're still going to vote to acquit him regardless. So let's open our eyes to the morning after a judgment of acquittal. Facing a well-established election siege by Russia and other enemies of the United States, we, the Senate, will have absolved a president who continues to brazenly invite foreign interference in our elections. Expect more of the same. A majority of this body will have voted for the president's argument that inviting interference by a foreign government is not impeachable if it serves the president's personal political interest. We will also have found for the first time in the history of this nation that an impeachment proceeding in the Senate can be conducted without any direct witnesses or evidence presented on either side of the case, and that a president facing impeachment can ignore subpoenas to produce documents or witnesses to Congress. Alexander Hamilton described the Senate as the very best venue for an impeachment trial because it is independent and dignified, in his words. When the Senate voted 51-49 against witnesses and evidence, those 51 raised into question any claim to independence or dignity. In addition, an acquittal will leave the extreme views stated by the President's defense counsel, Alan Dershowitz, unchallenged. First, that abuse of power is not an impeachable offense. Second, that the impeachment charges against the president were constitutionally insufficient. And third, his most dangerous theory, that unless the president has committed an actual crime, his conduct cannot be corrupt or impeachable as long as he believes it was necessary for his reelection. By this logic, Professor Dershowitz would have excused Richard Nixon's ordering of IRS audits of his political enemies. Mr. Dershowitz has created an escape clause to impeachment which is breathtaking in its impact and unfounded in our legal history. We've all received a letter signed by nearly 300 constitutional law scholars flatly rejecting the arguments offered by the President's defense team. I ask unanimous consent the scholar's letter be entered into the record.
Without objection.
Thank you. Yet a verdict of acquittal by the Senate blesses the professor's tortuous reasoning. An acquittal verdict would also give President Trump's personal attorney, Rudy Giuliani, a pat on the back to continue his global escapades, harassing American ambassadors whose service he distrusts and lounging at European cigar bars with an entourage of post-Soviet amigos. More than anything, a verdict of acquittal says a majority of the Senate believes this president is above the law and cannot be held accountable for conduct abusing the powers of his office. And make no mistake, this president believes that's true. On July the 23rd, 2 days before his phone call with President Zelensky, President Trump spoke to a group of young supporters and he said, and I quote, "I have an Article 2 where I have the right to do whatever I want as president." This is the dangerous principle that President Trump and his lawyers are asking us with a verdict of acquittal to accept. Under the oath I have sworn, I cannot. What does it say of this Congress and our nation that in 3 years we have become so anesthetized to outrage that for a majority in this Senate, there is nothing this president can do or say that rises to the level of blush-worthy, let alone impeachable? Nearly 6 years ago, I traveled to Ukraine with a bipartisan group of Senate colleagues led by John McCain. It was one of the John's whirlwind visits where we crammed 5 days' worth of meetings into 48 hours. We arrived in Kyiv on March 14, 2014. It was bitterly cold. Ukrainians had just ousted a corrupt Russian-backed leader who looted the national treasury and hollowed out their nation's military. They'd done so by taking to the streets, risking their lives for democracy and a better future. More than 100 ordinary citizens in Kyiv had been killed by security forces of the old government simply because they were protesting for democracy. Seeing Ukraine in a fragile democratic transition, Vladimir Putin pounced on them, ordered an invasion, and occupied Crimea. Putin and his thinly disguised Russian thugs were on the verge of seizing Donetsk in the east. I asked the Prime Minister what Ukraine needed to defend itself. He said, "Everything. We don't have anything that floats, flies, or runs." Many may not appreciate how devastating Russia's war on Ukraine has been to that struggling young democracy. Their costly battle with Russia was for a principle that is really basic to America's national security as well. In a country with 1/8 of our population, more Ukrainian troops have died defending Ukraine from Russia than American troops have perished in Afghanistan. During the months President Trump illegally withheld military aid, as many as 24 Ukrainian soldiers were killed in battle. By withholding security aid from Ukraine for President Trump's personal political benefit, he endangered the security of a fragile democracy. Can there be any deeper betrayal of a president's responsibility than to endanger our national security and the security of an ally for his own personal political gain? And to those of my colleagues who describe the president's conduct as merely inappropriate, I disagree. Disparaging John McCain's service to our country is disgusting and inappropriate. What this president has done to Ukraine crosses that line. It is impeachable. I'll close by remembering two public servants who, like us, were called by history to judge a president. Tom Railsback passed away as this impeachment proceeding began. He was 2 days shy of his 88th birthday. I knew Tom. I considered him a friend. In 1974, Tom was a Republican congressman from Moline, Illinois, and a member of the House Judiciary Committee. He regarded President Nixon as a political friend. He believed that Richard Nixon had achieved much for America, including the opening of the door to China. After studying the Watergate evidence closely, Congressman Railsback came to believe that Richard Nixon had violated the Constitution. When President Nixon refused to turn over records and recordings requested by Congress, Tom Railsback took to the House floor to say, if the Congress doesn't get the material we think we need and then votes to exonerate, we'll be regarded as a paper tiger. When he voted to impeach President Nixon, Tom believed it was probably the end of his career, but he was elected 4 more times. To his dying day, Tom Railsback was proud of his vote. He voted for his country above his party. Bill Cohen, also a Republican, was a freshman congressman at the time and a member of the House Judiciary Committee. He studied the evidence with Tom Railsback and worked with him to draft articles of impeachment. Bill Cohen received death threats, and he thought his votes to impeach President Nixon would be the end of his political career. But he went on to a distinguished career in the House, 3 terms in the Senate, and served as Secretary of Defense. Listen to what Bill Cohen said recently of President Trump's actions, and I quote, "This is presidential conduct that you want to be ashamed of. He is corrupting institutions, politicizing the military, and acts like he is the law." And then Cohen added, "If the president's conduct is acceptable, we really don't have a republic as we've known it anymore." May I respectfully say to my Senate colleagues, Ben Franklin warned us of this day. I will vote guilty on both articles of impeachment against President Donald John Trump, on Article 1, abuse of power, and Article 2, obstruction of Congress. But at this moment of high constitutional drama, I hope my last words can be a personal appeal to my Senate colleagues. Last night, many of us attended a State of the Union address, which was as emotionally charged as any I have ever attended. As divided as our nation may be, and as divided as this Senate may be, we should remember America has weathered greater storms than this impeachment and our current political standoff. It was Abraham Lincoln, in the darkness of our worst storm, who called on us to, quote, "strive on to finish the work we are in, to work to bind the nation's wounds." After this vote, and after this day, those of us who are entrusted with this high office must each do our part to work to bind the wounds of our divided nation. I hope we can leave this chamber with that common resolve. I yield the floor.
Mr. President.
Senator from South Carolina.
I'd like unanimous consent to introduce my full statement after my remarks.
Without objection.
Thank you very much. So let me just begin with a note of optimism. You're going to get to pick the next president, not a bunch of politicians driven by sour grapes. And I don't say that lightly. I didn't vote for President Trump. I voted for somebody I wouldn't know if they walked in the door. But I accepted the fact that he won. That's been hard for a lot of people. I supported the Mueller investigation. I had Democratic colleagues come to me and say, "We're afraid he's going to fire Mueller. Will you stand with us to make sure Mueller can complete his investigation?" And I did. 2 years, $32 million, FBI agents, subpoenas, you name it. The verdict is in. What did we find? Nothing. I thought that would be it. But it's never enough when it comes to Trump. Sorry. It's never enough when it comes to President Trump. This sham process is the low point in the Senate for me. If you think you've done the country a good service by legitimizing this impeachment process, what you have done is unleash the partisan forces of hell. This is sour grapes. They impeached the President of the United States in 78 days. You could not get a parking ticket if you contested it in 78 days. They gave out souvenir pins when it was over. If you can't see through that, your hatred of Donald Trump has blinded you to the obvious. This is not about protecting the country. This is about destroying the president. There are no rules when it comes to Donald Trump. Everybody in America can confront the witnesses against them except Donald Trump. Everybody in America can call witnesses on their behalf except President Trump. Everybody in America can introduce evidence except for President Trump. He's not above the law, but you put him below the law. In the process of impeaching this president, you've made it almost impossible for future presidents to do their job. In 78 days, you took due process, as we've come to know it in America, and threw it in the garbage can. This is the first impeachment in the history of the country driven by politicians. The Nixon impeachment had outside counsel, Watergate prosecutors. The Clinton impeachment had Ken Starr, who looked at President Clinton for years before he brought it to Congress. The Mueller investigation went on for 2 years. I trusted Bob Mueller. And when he rendered his verdict, it broke your heart. And you can't let it go.
The only way this is going to end permanently is for the president to get reelected, and he will. So as to abuse of Congress, it is a wholesale assault on the presidency. It is abandoning every sense of fairness that every American has come to expect in their own lives. It's driven by blind partisanship and hatred of the man himself. And they wanted to do it in 78 days. Why? Because they wanted to impeach him before the election. I am not making this up. They said that. The reason the president never was allowed to go to court and challenge the subpoenas that were never issued is because the House managers understood it might take time. President Clinton and President Nixon were allowed to go to Article III court and contest the House's action. That was denied this president because it would get in the way of impeaching him before the election. And you send this crap over here, and you're okay with it, my Democratic colleagues. You're okay with the idea that the president was denied his day in court, and you were going to rule on executive privilege as a political body. You're willing to deal out the Article III courts because you hate Trump that much. What you've done is you've weakened the institution of the presidency. And be careful what you wish for, because it's going to come back your way. So abuse of Congress should be entitled abuse of power by the Congress. If you think Adam Schiff is trying to get to the truth, I got a bridge I want to sell you. These people hate Trump's guts. They rammed it through the House in a way you couldn't get a parking ticket, and they achieved their goal of impeaching him before the election. Well, the Senate's going to achieve its goal of acquitting him in February. And the American people are going to get to decide in November who they want to be their president. So acquittal will happen in about 2 hours. Exoneration comes when President Trump gets reelected, because the people of the United States are fed up with this crap. But the damage you have done will be long-lasting. Abuse of power. You're impeaching the President of the United States for suspending foreign aid for a short period of time that they eventually received ahead of schedule to leverage an investigation that never happened. You're going to remove the President of the United States for suspending foreign aid to leverage an investigation of a political opponent that never occurred. The Ukrainians did not know the suspension until September. They didn't feel any pressure. And if you're okay with Joe Biden and Hunter Biden doing what they did, it says more about you than it does anything else. The point of the abuse of power article is that you've made it almost impossible now for any president to pick up the phone if all of us can assume the worst and impeach somebody based on a subjective standard. He was talking about corruption in the Ukraine with the past president. And the Biden's conduct in the Ukraine undercut our ability to effectively deal with corruption by allowing his son to receive $3 million from the most corrupt gas company in the Ukraine. Can you imagine how the Ukrainian parliament must have felt to be lectured by Joe Biden about ending sweetheart deals? What you have done is impeach the President of the United States and willing to remove him because he suspended foreign aid for 40 days to leverage an investigation that never occurred. And to my good friend Dick Durbin, Donald Trump has done more to help the Ukrainian people than Barack Obama did in his entire 8 years. If you're looking for somebody to help the Ukrainian people fight the Russians, how about giving them some weapons? This is a sham. This is a farce. This is disgusting. This is an injustice to President Trump as a person. It's a threat to the office. It will end soon. It's going to be an overwhelming rejection of both articles. We're going to pick up the pieces and try to go forward, but I can say this without any hesitation. I worry about the future of the presidency after what's happened here. Ladies and gentlemen, you will come to regret this whole process. And to those who have these pens, I hope you will understand history will judge those pens as a souvenir of shame. I yield.
Mr. President.
The Democratic leader.
The articles of impeachment before us charged President Donald John Trump with offenses against the Constitution and the American people. The first article of impeachment charges that President Trump abused the office of the presidency by soliciting the interference of a foreign power, Ukraine, to benefit himself in the 2020 election. The president asked a foreign leader to do us a favor, us meaning him, and investigate his political opponents. In order to elicit these political investigations, President Trump withheld a White House meeting and hundreds of millions of dollars in military assistance from an ally at war with Russia. There's extensive documentation in the record proving this quid pro quo and the corrupt motive behind it. The facts are not seriously in dispute. In fact, several Republican senators admitted they believe the president committed this offense with varying degrees of opprobrium: inappropriate, wrong, shameful. Almost all Republicans will argue, however, that this reprehensible conduct does not rise to the level of an impeachable offense. The founders could not have been clearer. William Davey, a delegate to the Constitutional Convention, deemed impeachment, quote, an essential security, lest the president, quote, spare no efforts or means whatever to get himself reelected. James Madison offered a specific list of impeachable offenses during the debate in Independence Hall. A president might lose his capacity or embezzle public funds. A despicable soul might succumb to bribes while in office. Madison then arrived at what he believed was the worst conduct a president could engage in. The president could betray his trust to foreign powers, which would be fatal to the republic. Madison's words. When I studied the Constitution and the Federalist Papers in high school, admittedly, I was skeptical of George Washington's warning that, quote, foreign influence is one of the most baneful foes of Republican government, unquote. It seemed so far-fetched. Who would dare? But the foresight and wisdom of the founders endures. Madison was right. Washington was right. There is no greater subversion of our democracy than for powers outside of our borders to determine elections within them. If Americans believe that they don't determine their senator, their governor, their president, but rather some foreign potentate does, that's the beginning of the end of democracy. For a foreign country to attempt such a thing on its own is contemptible. For an American president to deliberately solicit such a thing, to blackmail a foreign country into helping him win an election, is unforgivable. Now, does this rise to the level of impeachable offense? Of course it does. Of course it does. The term high crimes derives from English law. Crimes were committed between subjects of the monarchy. High crimes were committed against the crown itself. The framers did not design a monarchy. They designed a democracy, a nation where the people were king. High crimes are those committed against the entire people of the United States. The president sought to cheat the people out of a free and fair election. How could such an offense not be deemed a high crime, a crime against the people? As one constitutional scholar in the House Judiciary hearings testified, if this is not impeachable, nothing is. I agree. I judge that President Trump is guilty of the first article of impeachment. The second article of impeachment is equally straightforward. Once the president realized he got caught, he tried to cover it up. The president asserted blanket immunity. He categorically defied congressional subpoenas, ordered his aides not to testify, and withheld the production of relevant documents. Even President Nixon, author of the most infamous presidential cover-up in history, permitted his aides to testify in Congress in the Watergate investigation. The idea that the Trump administration was properly invoking the various rights and privileges of the presidency is nonsense. At each stage of the House inquiry, the administration conjured up a different bad faith justification for evading accountability. There is no circumstance under which the administration would have complied. When I asked the President's counsel twice to name one document or one witness the President provided to Congress, they could not answer. It cannot be that the President, by dint of legal shamelessness, can escape scrutiny entirely. Once again, the facts are not in dispute, but some have sought to portray the second article of impeachment as somehow less important than the first. It is not. The second article of impeachment is necessary if Congress is to ever hold a president accountable again, Democrat or Republican. The consequences of sanctioning such categorical obstruction of Congress would be far-reaching, and they will be irreparable. I judge that President Trump is guilty of the second article of impeachment. The Senate should convict President Trump, remove him from the presidency, and disqualify him from holding future office. The guilt of the President on these charges is so obvious that here again, several Republican senators admit that the House has proved its case. So instead of maintaining the President's innocence, the President's counsel ultimately told the Senate that even if the President did what he was accused of, it's not impeachable. This has taken the form of an escalating series of Dershowitzian arguments, including, quote, abuse of power is not an impeachable offense. Quote, the President can't be impeached for non-criminal conduct, but he also can't be indicted for criminal conduct. Quote, if a president believes his own reelection is essential to the nation, then a quid pro quo is not corrupt. These are the excuses of a child caught in a lie, each explanation more outlandish and desperate than the last. It would be laughable if not for the fact that the cumulative effect of these arguments would render not just this president, but all presidents immune from impeachment and therefore above the law. Now, several members of this chamber said that even if the president is guilty, and even if it's impeachable, the Senate still shouldn't convict the president because there's an election coming up. As if the framers forgot about elections when they wrote the impeachment clause. If the founders believed that even when a president is guilty of an impeachable offense, that the next election should decide his fate, they never would have included an impeachment clause in the Constitution. That much is obvious. Alone, each of the defenses advanced by the President's counsel comes close to being preposterous. Together, they are as dangerous to the Republic as this president, a fig leaf so large as to excuse any presidential misconduct. Unable to defend the president, arguments were found to make him a king. Let future generations know that only a fraction of the Senate swallowed these fantasies. The rest of us condemn them to the ash heap of history and the derision of first-year law students everywhere. We are only the third Senate in history to sit as a court of impeachment for the president. The task we were given was not easy, but the framers gave the Senate this responsibility because they could not imagine any other body capable of it. They considered others, but they entrusted us to us, and the Senate failed. The Republican caucus trained its outrage not on the conduct of the president, but on the impeachment process in the House, deriding falsely an alleged lack of fairness and thoroughness. The conjured outrage was so blinding that the Republican majority ended up guilty of the very sins it falsely accused the House of committing. It conducted the least fair, least thorough, most rushed impeachment trial in the history of this country. A simple majority of senators denied the Senate's right to examine relevant evidence, to call witnesses, to review documents, and to properly try try the impeachment of the president, making this the first impeachment trial in history that heard from no witnesses. A simple majority of senators, in deference to, and most likely in fear of, the president of their party, perpetrated a great miscarriage of justice in the trial of President Trump. As a result, the verdict of this kangaroo court will be meaningless. By refusing the facts, by refusing witnesses and documents, the Republican majority has placed a giant asterisk, the asterisk of a sham trial, next to the acquittal of President Trump, written in permanent ink. Acquittal in an unfair trial with this giant asterisk, the asterisk of a sham trial, is worth nothing at all to President Trump or to anybody else. No doubt, the president will boast he received total exoneration, but we know better. We know this wasn't a trial by any stretch of the definition, and the American people know it too. We've heard a lot about the framers over the past several weeks, about the impeachment clause they forged, the separation of powers they wrought, the conduct they most feared in our chief magistrate. But there is something the founders considered even more fundamental to our republic: truth. The founders had seen and studied societies governed by the iron fist of tyrants and the divine right of kings, but none by argument, rational thinking, facts, debate. Hamilton said the American people would determine, quote, whether societies are really capable of establishing good government from reflection and choice, or forever destined to depend on accident and force. And what an astonishing thing the founders did. They placed a bet with long odds. They believed that reflection and choice would make us capable of self-government, that we wouldn't agree on everything, but at least we could agree on a common baseline of fact and of truth. They wrote a constitution with the remarkable idea that even the most powerful person in our country was not above the law and could be put on trial, a place where you seek truth. The faith our founders placed in us makes the failure of this Senate even more damning. Our nation was founded on the idea of truth, but there was no truth here. The Republican majority couldn't let truth into this trial. The Republican majority refused to get the evidence because they were afraid of what it might show. Our nation was founded on the idea of truth, but in order to countenance this president, you have to ignore the truth. Republicans walk through the halls with their heads down. They didn't see the tweet. They can't respond to everything he says. They hope he learned his lesson this time. Yes, maybe this time he learned his lesson. Our nation was founded on truth. But in order to excuse this president, you have to willfully ignore the truth and indulge in the president's conspiracy theories. Millions of people voted illegally. The deep state is out to get them. Ukraine interfered in our elections. You must attempt to normalize his behavior. Obama did it too, they falsely claim. Democrats are just as bad. Our nation was founded on the idea of truth, but this president is such a menace, so contemptuous of every virtue, so dishonorable, so dishonest, that you must ignore, indeed sacrifice, the truth to maintain his favor. The trial of this president, its failure, reflects the central challenge of this presidency and maybe the central challenge of this time in our democracy. You cannot be on the side of this president and be on the side of truth. And if we are to survive as a nation, we must choose truth. Because if the truth doesn't matter, if the news you don't like is fake, if cheating in an election is acceptable, if everyone is as wicked as the wickedest among us, then the hope for the future is lost. The eyes of the nation are upon this Senate, and what they see will strike doubt in the heart of even the most ardent patriot. The House managers established the president abused the great power of his office to try to cheat in an election, and the Senate majority is poised to look the other way. So I direct my final message, not to the House managers, not even to my fellow senators, but to the American people. My message is simple. Don't lose hope. There is justice in this world, and truth, and right. I believe that. I wouldn't be in this government if I didn't. Somehow, in ways we can't predict, with God's mysterious hand guiding us, truth and right will prevail. There have been dark periods in our history, but we always overcome. The Senate's opening prayer yesterday was Amos 5:24. Let justice roll down like water, righteousness like an ever-flowing stream. The long arc of the moral universe, my fellow Americans, does bend towards justice. America does change for the better, but not on its own. It took millions of Americans hundreds of years to make this country what it is today. Americans of every age and color and creed who marched and protested, who stood up and sat in. Americans who defended this democracy, this beautiful democracy, in its darkest hours. On Memorial Day in 1884, Oliver Wendell Holmes told his war-weary audience that, quote, whether one accepts from fortune her spade and will look downward and dig, or from aspiration her axe and cord, and will scale the ice, the one and only success which is yours to command is to bring to your work a mighty heart. I have confidence that Americans of a different generation, our generation, will bring to our work a mighty heart to fight for what's right, to fight for the truth, and never, never lose faith. I yield the floor.
Mr. President.
The Majority Leader.
The United States Senate was made for moments like this. The framers predicted that factional fever might dominate House majorities from time to time. They knew the country would need a firewall to keep partisan flames from scorching our republic. So they created the Senate. Out of necessity, James Madison wrote, of some stable institution in the government. Of some stable institution in the government. Today, we will fulfill this founding purpose. We will reject this incoherent case that comes nowhere near justifying the first presidential removal in history. This partisan impeachment will end today. But I fear the threat to our institutions may not, because this episode is one of a symptom of something much deeper. In the last 3 years, the opposition to this president has come to revolve around a truly dangerous concept. Leaders in the opposite party increasingly argue that if our institutions don't produce the outcomes they like, our institutions themselves must be broken. One side has decided that defeat simply means the whole system is broken, that we literally tear up the rules and write new ones. Normally, when a party loses an election, it accepts defeat. It reflects and retools. But not this time. Within months, Secretary Clinton was suggesting her defeat was invalid. She called our president illegitimate. Former president falsely claimed that President Trump didn't actually win. He lost the election, the former president said. And members of Congress have used similar rhetoric. A disinformation campaign, weakening confidence in our democracy. The very real issue of foreign election interference was abused to fuel conspiracy theories. For years, prominent voices said it had been a secret conspiracy between the president's campaign and a foreign government. But when the Mueller investigation and the Senate Intelligence Committee debunked that, the delegitimizing endeavor didn't stop. Didn't stop. Remember what Chairman Schiff said here on the floor. He suggested that if the American people re-elect President Trump in November, that election will be presumptively invalid as well. That's Chairman Schiff on this floor, saying if the American people re-elect President Trump this November, that election will be presumptively invalid as well. So they still don't accept the American voters' last decision. And now they're preparing to reject the voters' next decision if they don't like the outcome. Not only the last decision, but the next decision. Heads, we win. Tails, you cheated. And who can trust our democracy anyway, they say. This kind of talk creates more fear and division than our foreign adversaries could achieve in their wildest dreams. As Dr. Hill testified, our adversaries seek to divide us against each other, degrade our institutions, and destroy the faith of the American people in our democracy. And as she noted, if Americans become consumed by partisan rancor, we can easily do that work for them. The architects of this impeachment claimed they were defending norms and traditions. In reality, it was an assault on both. First, the House attacked its own precedents on fairness and due process, and by rushing to use the impeachment power as a political weapon of first resort. Then their articles attacked the office of the presidency. Then they attacked the Senate and called us treacherous. Then the far left tried to impugn the Chief Justice for remaining neutral during the trial. And now, for the final act, the Speaker of the House is trying to steal the Senate's sole power to render a verdict. The Speaker says she will just refuse to accept this acquittal. Speaker of the House says she refuses to accept this acquittal. Whatever that means. Perhaps she will tear up the verdict like she tore up the State of the Union address. So I would ask my distinguished colleagues across the aisle, is this really where you want to go? The president isn't the president. An acquittal isn't an acquittal. Attack institutions until they get their way. Even my colleagues who may not agree with this president must see the insanity of this logic. It's like saying you're so worried about a bull in a china shop that you want to bulldoze the china shop to chase it out. And here's the most troubling part. The most troubling part. There is no sign this attack on our institutions will end here. In recent months, Democratic presidential candidates and Senate leaders have toyed with killing a filibuster so the Senate could approve radical changes with less deliberation and less persuasion. Several of our colleagues sent an extraordinary brief to the Supreme Court threatening political retribution if the justices did not decide a case the way they wanted. We've seen proposals to turn the FEC, the regulator of elections and political speech, into a partisan body for the first time ever. All these things, Mr. President, all these things, a toxic temptation to stop debating policy within our great American governing traditions and instead declare a war on the traditions themselves. A war on the traditions themselves. So, colleagues, whatever policy differences we may have, we should all agree this is precisely the kind of recklessness the Senate was created to stop. The response to losing one election cannot be to attack the office of the presidency. The response to losing several elections cannot be to threaten the Electoral College. The response to losing a court case cannot be to threaten the judiciary. The response to losing a vote cannot be to threaten the Senate. We simply cannot let factional fever break our institutions. It must work the other way, as Madison and Hamilton intended. The institutions must break the fever rather than the other way around. The framers built the Senate to keep temporary rage from doing permanent damage to our republic. The framers built the Senate to keep temporary rage from doing permanent damage to our republic. That, Mr. President, is what we will do when we end this precedent-breaking impeachment. I hope we will look back on this vote and say, this was the day the fever began to break. I hope we will not say, this was just the beginning. I ask unanimous consent the Senate stand in recess subject to the call of the chair.
Without objection, the Senate stands in recess subject to the call of the chair.
United States. As a reminder to everyone in the chamber, as well as those in the galleries, demonstrations of approval or disapproval are prohibited.
The Majority Leader is recognized.
Mr. Chief Justice, the Senate is now ready to vote on the articles of impeachment, and after that is done, we will adjourn the court of impeachment.
The clerk will now read the first article of impeachment.
Article 1, Abuse of Power. The Constitution provides that the House of Representatives, quote, shall have the sole power of impeachment, unquote, and that the President, quote, shall be removed from office on impeachment for and conviction of treason, bribery, or other high crimes and misdemeanors, close quote. In his conduct of the office of President of the United States, and in violation of his constitutional oath faithfully to execute the office of President of the United States, and, to the best of his ability, preserve, protect, and defend the Constitution of the United States, and in violation of his constitutional duty to take care that the laws be faithfully executed, Donald J. Trump has abused the powers of the presidency in that, using the powers of his office, President Trump solicited the interference of a foreign government, Ukraine, in the 2020 United States presidential election. He did so through a scheme or course of conduct that included soliciting the government of Ukraine to publicly announce investigations that would benefit his re-election, harm the election prospects of a political opponent, and influence the 2020 United States presidential election to his advantage. President Trump also sought to pressure the government of Ukraine to take these steps by conditioning official United States government acts of significant value to Ukraine on its public announcement of the investigations. President Trump engaged in this scheme or course of conduct for corrupt purposes in pursuit of personal political benefit. In doing so, President Trump used the powers of the presidency in a manner that compromised the national security of the United States and undermined the integrity of the United States democratic process. He thus ignored and injured the interests of the nation. President Trump engaged in this scheme or course of conduct through the following means. 1. President Trump, acting both directly and through his agents within and outside the United States government, corruptly solicited the government of Ukraine to publicly announce investigations into A political opponent, former Vice President Joseph R. Biden Jr., and B, a discredited theory promoted by Russia alleging that Ukraine, rather than Russia, interfered in the 2016 United States presidential election. 2, with the same corrupt motives, President Trump, acting both directly and through his agents within the outside of the United States government, conditioned 2 official acts on the public announcements that he had requested. A, the release of $391 million of United States taxpayer funds that Congress had appropriated on a bipartisan basis for the purpose of providing vital military and security assistance to Ukraine to oppose Russian aggression, and which President Trump had ordered suspended, and B, a head of state meeting at the White House, which the President of Ukraine sought to demonstrate continued United States support for the government of Ukraine in the face of Russian aggression. 3, faced with the public revelation of his actions, President Trump ultimately released the military and security assistance to the government of Ukraine and has persisted in openly and corruptly urging and soliciting Ukraine to undertake investigations for his personal political benefit. These actions were consistent with President Trump's previous invitations of foreign interference in United States elections. In all of this, President Trump abused the powers of the presidency by ignoring and injuring national security and other vital national interests to obtain an improper personal political benefit. He has also betrayed the nation by abusing his high office to enlist a foreign power in corrupting democratic elections. Wherefore, President Trump, by such conduct, has demonstrated that he will remain a threat to national security and the Constitution if allowed to remain in office, and has acted in a manner grossly incompatible with self-governance and the rule of law. President Trump thus warrants impeachment and trial, removal from office, and disqualification to hold and enjoy any office of honor, trust, or profit under the United States.
Each senator, when his or her name is called, will stand in his or her place and vote guilty or not guilty as required by Rule 23 of the Senate Rules on Impeachment. Article 1, Section 3, Clause 6 of the Constitution regarding the vote required for conviction on impeachment provides that no person shall be convicted without the concurrence of 2/3 of the members present. The question is on the first article of impeachment. Senators, how say you? Is the respondent, Donald John Trump, guilty or not guilty? A roll call vote is required. The clerk will call the roll.
Mr. Alexander. Not guilty. Mr. Alexander, not guilty. Ms. Baldwin. Guilty. Ms. Baldwin, guilty. Mr. Barrasso. Not guilty. Mr. Barrasso, not guilty. Mr. Bennett. Guilty. Mr. Bennett, guilty. Mrs. Blackburn. Not guilty. Mrs. Blackburn, not guilty. Mr. Blumenthal. Guilty. Mr. Blumenthal, guilty. Mr. Blunt. Not guilty. Mr. Blunt, not guilty. Mr. Booker. Guilty. Mr. Booker, guilty. Mr. Bozeman. Not guilty. Mr. Bozeman, not guilty. Mr. Braun. Not guilty. Mr. Braun, not guilty. Mr. Brown. Guilty. Mr. Brown, guilty. Mr. Burr. Not guilty. Mr. Burr, not guilty. Ms. Cantwell. Guilty. Ms. Cantwell, guilty. Mrs. Capito. Mrs. Capito, not guilty. Mr. Cardin. Mr. Cardin, guilty. Mr. Carper. Mr. Carper, guilty. Mr. Casey. Mr. Casey, guilty. Mr. Cassidy. Mr. Cassidy, not guilty. Ms. Collins. Ms. Collins, not guilty. Mr. Coons. Mr. Coons, guilty. Mr. Cornyn. Mr. Cornyn, not guilty. Ms. Cortez Masto. Ms. Cortez Masto, guilty. Mr. Cotton. Not guilty. Mr. Cotton, not guilty. Mr. Kramer. Not guilty. Mr. Kramer, not guilty. Mr. Crapo. Mr. Crapo, not guilty. Mr. Cruz. Mr. Cruz, not guilty. Mr. Daines. Mr. Daines, not guilty. Ms. Duckworth. Ms. Duckworth, guilty. Mr. Durbin. Mr. Durbin, guilty. Mr. Enzi. Mr. Enzi, not guilty. Ms. Ernst. Ms. Ernst, not guilty. Mrs. Feinstein. Mrs. Feinstein, guilty. Mrs. Fisher. Mrs. Fisher, not guilty. Mr. Gardner. Mr. Gardner, not guilty. Mrs. Gillibrand. Mrs. Gillibrand, guilty. Mr. Graham. Mr. Graham, not guilty. Mr. Grassley. Mr. Grassley, not guilty. Ms. Harris. Ms. Harris, guilty. Ms. Hassan. Ms. Hassan, guilty. Mr. Hawley. Mr. Hawley, not guilty. Mr. Heinrich. Mr. Heinrich, guilty. Ms. Hirono. Ms. Hirono, guilty. Mr. Hoven. Mr. Hoven, not guilty. Mrs. Hyde-Smith. Not guilty. Mrs. Hyde-Smith, not guilty. Mr. Inhofe. Mr. Inhofe, not guilty. Mr. Johnson. Not guilty. Mr. Johnson, not guilty. Mr. Jones. Guilty. Mr. Jones, guilty. Mr. Kane. Guilty. Mr. Kane, guilty. Mr. Kennedy. Not guilty. Mr. Kennedy, not guilty. Mr. King. Guilty. Mr. King, guilty. Ms. Klobuchar. Ms. Klobuchar, guilty. Mr. Langford. Mr. Langford, not guilty. Mr. Leahy. Mr. Leahy, guilty. Mr. Lee. Not guilty. Mr. Lee, not guilty. Mrs. Leffler. Mrs. Loeffler, not guilty. Mr. Manchin? Mr. Manchin, guilty. Mr. Markey? Mr. Markey, guilty. Mr. McConnell? Mr. McConnell, not guilty. Ms. McSally? Ms. McSally, not guilty. Mr. Menendez? Mr. Menendez, guilty. Mr. Merkley? Mr. Merkley, guilty. Mr. Moran? Mr. Moran, not guilty. Ms. Murkowski? Ms. Murkowski, not guilty. Mr. Murphy? Mr. Murphy, guilty. Mrs. Murray? Mrs. Murray, guilty. Mr. Paul? Mr. Paul, not guilty. Mr. Perdue? Mr. Perdue, not guilty. Mr. Peters? Mr. Peters, guilty. Mr. Portman? Mr. Portman, not guilty. Mr. Reed? Mr. Reed, guilty. Mr. Risch? Mr. Risch, not guilty. Mr. Roberts? Mr. Roberts, not guilty. Mr. Romney? Mr. Romney, guilty. Ms. Rosen? Ms. Rosen, guilty. Mr. Rounds? Mr. Rounds, not guilty. Mr. Rubio? Mr. Rubio, not guilty. Mr. Sanders? Mr. Sanders, guilty. Mr. Sass? Mr. Sass, not guilty. Mr. Schatz? Mr. Schatz, guilty. Mr. Schumer? Mr. Schumer, guilty. Mr. Scott of Florida? Mr. Scott of Florida, not guilty. Mr. Scott of South Carolina? Mr. Scott of South Carolina, not guilty. Mrs. Shaheen? Mrs. Shaheen, guilty. Mr. Shelby? Mr. Shelby, not guilty. Ms. Sinema? Ms. Sinema, guilty. Ms. Smith? Ms. Smith, guilty. Ms. Stabenow? Ms. Stabenow, guilty. Mr. Sullivan? Mr. Sullivan, not guilty. Mr. Tester? Mr. Tester, guilty. Mr. Thune? Mr. Thune, not guilty. Mr. Tillis? Mr. Tillis, not guilty. Mr. Toomey? Mr. Toomey, not guilty. Mr. Udall? Mr. Udall, guilty. Mr. Van Hollen? Mr. Van Hollen, guilty. Mr. Warner? Mr. Warner, guilty. Ms. Warren? Ms. Warren, guilty. Mr. Whitehouse? Mr. Whitehouse, guilty. Mr. Wicker? Mr. Wicker, not guilty. Mr. Wyden? Mr. Wyden, guilty. Mr. Young? Mr. Young, not guilty.
On this article of impeachment, 48 senators have pronounced Donald John Trump, President of the United States, guilty as charged. 52 senators have pronounced him not guilty as charged. 2/3 of the senators present not having pronounced him guilty, the Senate adjudges that the respondent, Donald John Trump, President of the United States, is not guilty as charged in the first article of impeachment. The clerk will read the second article of impeachment.
Article 2, obstruction of Congress. The Constitution provides that the House of Representatives shall have the sole power of impeachment and that the President shall be removed from office on impeachment for and conviction of treason, bribery, or other high crimes and misdemeanors. In his conduct of the office of the President of the United States and in violation of his constitutional oath faithfully to execute the office of President of the United States and, to the best of his ability, preserve, protect, and defend the Constitution of the United States, and in violation of his constitutional duty to take care that the laws be faithfully executed, Donald J. Trump has directed the unprecedented, categorical, and indiscriminate defiance of subpoenas issued by the House of Representatives pursuant to its sole power of impeachment. President Trump has abused the powers of the presidency in a manner offensive to and subversive of the Constitution in that the House of Representatives has engaged in an impeachment inquiry focused on President Trump's corrupt solicitation of the government of Ukraine to interfere in the 2020 United States presidential election. As part of this impeachment inquiry, the committees undertaking the investigation served subpoenas seeking documents and testimony deemed vital to the inquiry from various executive branch agencies and offices and current and former officials. In response, without lawful cause or excuse, President Trump directed executive branch agencies, offices, and officials not to comply with those subpoenas. President Trump thus interposed the powers of the presidency against the lawful subpoenas of the House of Representatives and assumed to himself functions and judgments necessary to the exercise of the sole power of impeachment vested by the Constitution in the House of Representatives. President Trump abused the powers of his high office through the following means. 1, directing the White House to defy a lawful subpoena by withholding the production of documents sought therein by the committees. 2, directing other executive branch agencies and offices to defy lawful subpoenas and withhold the production of documents and records from the committees, in response to which the Department of State, Office of Management and Budget, Department of Energy, and Department of Defense refused to produce a single document or record. 3, directing current and former executive branch officials not to cooperate with the committees, in response to which 9 administration officials defied subpoenas for testimony, namely John Michael Mick Mulvaney, Robert B. Blair, John A. Eisenberg, Michael Ellis, Kristen Wells Griffith, Russell T. Vaught, Michael Duffy, Brian McCormick, and T. Ulrich Reckbull. These actions were consistent with President Trump's previous efforts to undermine United States government investigations into foreign interference in United States elections. Through these actions, President Trump sought to arrogate to himself the right to determine the propriety, scope, and nature of an impeachment inquiry into his own conduct, as well as the unilateral prerogative to deny any and all information to the House of Representatives in the exercise of its sole power of impeachment. In the history of the Republic, no president has ever ordered the complete defiance of an impeachment inquiry or sought to obstruct and impede so comprehensively the ability of the House of Representatives to investigate high crimes and misdemeanors. This abuse of office served to cover up the president's own repeated misconduct and to seize and control the power of impeachment, and thus to nullify a vital constitutional safeguard vested solely in the House of Representatives. In all of this, President Trump has acted in a manner contrary to his trust as president and subversive of the constitutional government, to the great prejudice of the cause of law and justice, and to the manifest injury of the people of the United States. Wherefore, President Trump, by such conduct, has demonstrated that he will remain a threat to the Constitution if allowed to remain in office, and has acted in a manner grossly incompatible with self-governance and the rule of law. President Trump thus warrants impeachment and trial, removal from office, and disqualification to hold and enjoy any office of honor, trust, or profit under the United States.
The question is on the second article of impeachment. Senators, how say you? Is the respondent, Donald John Trump, guilty or not guilty? The clerk will call the roll.
Mr. Alexander. Not guilty. Not guilty. Ms. Baldwin. Guilty. Mr. Barrasso. Not guilty. Mr. Bennett. Guilty. Mrs. Blackburn. Not guilty. Mr. Blumenthal. Guilty. Mr. Blunt. Not guilty. Mr. Booker. Guilty. Mr. Bozeman. Not guilty. Mr. Braun. Not guilty. Mr. Brown. Guilty. Mr. Burr. Not guilty. Ms. Cantwell. Guilty. Mrs. Capito. Not guilty. Mr. Cardin. Guilty. Mr. Carper. Guilty. Mr. Casey. Guilty. Mr. Cassidy. Not guilty. Ms. Collins. Not guilty. Mr. Coons. Guilty. Mr. Cornyn. Not guilty. Ms. Cortez Masto. Guilty. Mr. Cotton. Not guilty. Mr. Kramer. Not guilty. Mr. Crapo. Not guilty. Mr. Cruz. Not guilty. Mr. Daines. Not guilty. Ms. Duckworth. Guilty. Mr. Durbin. Guilty. Mr. Enzi. Not guilty. Ms. Ernst. Not guilty. Mrs. Feinstein. Guilty. Mrs. Fisher. Not guilty. Mr. Gardner. Not guilty. Mrs. Gillibrand. Guilty. Mr. Graham. Not guilty. Mr. Grassley. Not guilty. Ms. Harris. Guilty. Ms. Hassan. Guilty. Mr. Hawley. Not guilty. Mr. Heinrich. Guilty. Ms. Hirono. Guilty. Mr. Hoven. Not guilty. Mrs. Hyde-Smith. Not guilty. Mr. Inhofe. Not guilty. Mr. Johnson. Not guilty. Mr. Jones. Guilty. Mr. Kane. Guilty. Mr. Kennedy. Not guilty. Mr. King. Guilty. Ms. Klobuchar. Guilty. Mr. Langford. Not guilty. Mr. Leahy. Guilty. Mr. Lee. Not guilty. Mrs. Loeffler. Not guilty. Mr. Manchin. Guilty. Mr. Markey. Guilty. Mr. McConnell. Not guilty. Ms. McSally. Not guilty. Mr. Menendez. Guilty. Mr. Merkley. Guilty. Mr. Moran. Not guilty. Ms. Murkowski. Not guilty. Mr. Murphy. Guilty. Mrs. Murray. Guilty. Mr. Paul. Not guilty. Mr. Perdue? Not guilty. Mr. Peters? Guilty. Mr. Portman? Not guilty. Mr. Reed? Guilty. Mr. Risch? Not guilty. Mr. Roberts? Not guilty. Mr. Romney? Not guilty. Ms. Rosen? Guilty. Mr. Rounds? Not guilty. Mr. Rubio? Not guilty. Mr. Sanders? Guilty. Mr. Sass? Not guilty. Mr. Schatz? Guilty. Mr. Schumer? Guilty. Mr. Scott of Florida? Not guilty. Mr. Scott of South Carolina? Not guilty. Mrs. Shaheen? Guilty. Mr. Shelby? Not guilty. Ms. Sinema? Guilty. Ms. Smith? Guilty. Ms. Stabenow? Guilty. Mr. Sullivan? Not guilty. Mr. Tester? Guilty. Mr. Thune? Not guilty. Mr. Tillis? Not guilty. Mr. Toomey? Not guilty. Mr. Udall? Guilty. Mr. Van Hollen? Guilty. Mr. Warner? Guilty. Ms. Warren? Guilty. Mr. Whitehouse? Guilty. Mr. Wicker? Not guilty. Mr. Wyden? Guilty. Mr. Young? Not guilty.
On this article of impeachment, 47 senators have pronounced Donald John Trump, President of the United States, guilty as charged. 53 senators have pronounced him not guilty as charged. 2/3 of the senators present not having pronounced him guilty, the Senate adjudges that respondent Donald John Trump, President of the United States, is not guilty as charged in the second article of impeachment. The presiding officer directs judgment to be entered in accordance with the judgment of the Senate as follows. The Senate, having tried Donald John Trump, President of the United States, upon 2 articles of impeachment exhibited against him by the House of Representatives, and 2/3 of the senators present not having found him guilty of the charges contained therein, it is therefore ordered and adjudged that the said Donald John Trump be, and he is hereby, acquitted of the charges in said articles.
Mr. Chief Justice.
The Majority Leader is recognized.
I send an order to the desk.
The clerk will report.
Ordered that the Secretary be directed to communicate to the Secretary of State as provided by Rule 23 of the Rules of Procedure and Practice in the Senate when sitting on impeachment trials, and also to the House of Representatives, the judgment of the Senate in the case of Donald John Trump, and transmit a certified copy of the judgment to each.
Without objection, the order will be entered.
Mr. Chief Justice.
The Majority Leader is recognized.
Before this process fully concludes, I want to very quickly acknowledge a few of the people who helped the Senate fulfill our duty these past weeks. First and foremost, I know my colleagues join me in thanking Chief Justice Roberts for presiding over the Senate trial with a clear head, steady hand, and the forbearance that this rare occasion demands. We know full well that his presence as our presiding officer came in addition to, not instead of, his day job across the street. So the Senate thanks the Chief Justice and his staff who helped him perform this unique role. Like his predecessor, Chief Justice Rehnquist, the Senate will be awarding Chief Justice Roberts the Golden Gavel to commemorate his time presiding over this body. We typically award this to new senators after about 100 hours in the chair, but I think we can agree the Chief Justice has put in his due and then some. The page is delivering the gavel.
Thank you very much.
Of course, there are countless Senate professionals whose efforts were essential. I'll have more thorough thanks to offer next week to all of those teams, from the Secretary of the Senate's office to the parliamentarians, to the Sergeant at Arms team, and beyond. But there are two more groups I'd like to single out now. First, the two different classes of Senate pages who participated in this trial. Their footwork and cool under pressure literally kept the floor running. Our current class came on board right in the middle of the third presidential impeachment trial in American history and quickly found themselves hand-delivering 180 question cards from senators' desks to the dais. No pressure, right, guys? So thank you all very much for your good work. And second, the fine men and women of the Capitol Police, we know that the safety of our democracy literally rests in their hands every single day, but the heightened measures surrounding the trial meant even more hours and even more work and even more vigilance. Thank you all very much for your service to this body and to the country.
The chair recognizes the Democratic leader.
I join the Republican leader in thanking the personnel who aided the Senate over the past several weeks. Capitol Police do an outstanding job day in, day out to protect the members of this chamber, their staffs, the press, and everyone who works in and visits this Capitol. They were asked to work extra shifts and in greater numbers to provide additional security over the past 3 weeks. Thank you to every one of them. I, too, would like to thank those wonderful pages. I so much enjoyed you with your serious faces walking down right here and giving the Chief Justice our questions. As the leader noted, the new class of pages started midway in this impeachment trial. When you take a new job, you're usually given a few days to take stock of things, get up to speed. This class was given no such leeway, but they stepped right in, didn't miss a beat, ferrying hundreds of questions from U.S. senators to the Chief Justice on national television is not how most of us spend our first week at work, but they did it with aplomb. I'd also like to extend my personal thank you to David Houck, the Director of the Office of Accessibility Services, Tyler Pumphrey, the Supervisor, and Grace Ridgway, the wonderful Director of Capitol Facilities. Everyone Grace's team worked so hard to make sure we were ready for impeachment. Gary Richardson, known affectionately to us as Tiny, the chief chamber attendant. Jim Hoover and the cabinet shop, who built new cabinets to deprive us of the use of our electronics and flip phones during the trial. Brenda Bird and her team did a spectacular job of keeping the Capitol clean, and Lyden Webb and his team who moved the furniture and then moved it again and again and again. Grace, we appreciate all your hard work. Please convey our sincerest thanks to your staff. Thank you all, the whole staff, for your diligent work through many long days and late nights during this very trying time in our nation's history.
Mr. Chief Justice.
The chair also wishes to make a very brief statement. I would like to begin by thanking the Majority Leader and the Democratic Leader for their support as I attempted to carry out ill-defined responsibilities in an unfamiliar setting. They ensured that I had the wise counsel of the Senate itself through its secretary and her legislative staff. I am especially grateful to the parliamentarian and her deputy for their unfailing patience and keen insight. I am likewise grateful to the Sergeant-at-Arms and his staff for the assistance and many courtesies that they extended during my period of required residency. And thank you all for making my presence here as comfortable as possible. As I depart the chamber, I do so with an invitation to visit the court. By long tradition and in memory of the 135 years we sat in this building, we keep the front row of the gallery in our courtroom open for members of Congress who might want to drop by to see an argument or to escape one. I also depart with sincere good wishes as we carry out our common commitment to the Constitution through the distinct roles assigned to us by that charter. You have been generous hosts, and I look forward to seeing you again under happier circumstances. The chair recognizes the Majority Leader.
I move that the Senate, sitting as a court of impeachment on the articles against Donald John Trump, adjourn, sine die.
Without objection, the motion is agreed to. The Senate, sitting as a court of impeachment, stands adjourned, sine die.
The presiding officer. The Deputy Sergeant at Arms will escort the House managers out of the Senate chamber.
President.
The Majority Leader.
I suggest the absence of a quorum.
Clerk will call the roll.
Mr. Alexander.